morning, everybody. We want to start our meeting. We will be going through the protocols of welcome. At a point, I want to ask us to stand for the anthems. We remain standing for a prayer. God Almighty, we thank you for today. We pray that you will be with us to guide us in our discussions. In the name of God we pray. You may take your seats. Honorable Ministers, the Minister of State for ESC, Honorable James Magode Ikuya, Honorable Henry Musasizi, Minister of State for General Duties, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Members of Parliament from all the different parliaments, the organizers of this event, ladies and gentlemen, we are running 1 hour late, so we'll try to be faster in our conversations. We want to welcome you to this East African Community ESC post-budget dialogue on tax and debt, organized by Siatini URA, Miaka, the Minister for East African Affairs, and others as we'll go through them. I want to take this opportunity. Fred Muhumza is my name, just in case you have forgotten or you thought I had changed the names. And I'll be taking you through the session as a moderator, but not as the main speaker for the day. We'll be told how the sessions are going to run. So at this point, I want to invite Madam Jane Nalunga, the Executive Director, Siatini, Uganda, to come and welcome us and maybe tell us what else she has for us. Madam Jane Nalunga.
Honorable James Magode Ikuya, Minister of State for East African Community Affairs, representing the First Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of ESC Community Affairs, Honorable Henry Musasizi, Minister of State for General Duties, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Members of Parliament here, directors, commissioners from government, the civil society fraternity here, private sector, the Fourth Estate. I also would like to give a special recognition to the various national budget mass partners, including Ministry of Finance, URA, and the Ministry of ES Affairs. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we also have some participants online. I would also like to welcome you all to this third edition of the East African Community Financial Year 2023-2024 Post-Budget Dialogue on Tax and Debt. This dialogue is organized under the theme Building Resilient Economies, Tax Harmonization and Debt Sustainability for a Thriving East Africa. The specific objectives of these dialogues are to understand the various measures passed by the East African Community Council of Ministers in the financial year 2023-24 and their implication on the regional integration process and on the trade within the region. We also like to equip citizens with relevant knowledge and information on tax, debt, trade, and other fiscal-related issues to inspire informed debates and effective citizens' participation in the regional integration process. We also want to heighten transparency and accountability in mobilization, allocation, and utilization of public resources, not just in our partner states, but also in the East African region. This dialogue is also providing a platform for different stakeholders across the East African region to discuss revenue mobilization, utilization, and accountability processes and practices. And we hope that at the end of this dialogue, we can collect recommendations on how decisions and policy-making processes on tax measures and other development issues in the East African region can be harmonized to promote equitable and fair taxation, but also development, inclusive development across the region. Honorable Ministers, the ESC envisions attaining a prosperous, competitive, secure, and politically united East African community. In the quest to achieve this objective, one of the significant events that takes place annually within the East African region is the presentation of the national budgets by the finance ministers of each partner state at the same time, although some two partner states were not ready. This occurs in June and in July as a new financial year kicks off for the majority of the East African partner states. This was part of the resolution in 2007, where the East African partner states agreed to harmonize their budgets, their budget reading, as part of the efforts towards harnessing regional integration, demonstrating that when the budgets are not read together, there was a fear that there will be a risk of policy leaks and unfair business. One of the recurrent priorities of the ES budget process was to harmonize fiscal and monetary policies towards the attainment of the East African Monetary Union. It should be noted from the budgets of the partner states that all the partner states have increased their budgets for this financial year, the coming financial year. However, the revenue collected in the East African countries is still not commensurate with the increasing expenditure needs in the partner states. We have also noted the low revenue collection and unfulfillment of the commitment made by the EAC partner states to to attain the tax to GDP ratio of 25%. Therefore, this discussion, this dialogue, we also dialogue on how to address that challenge. Therefore, the dialogue provides a platform for the citizens in the East African partner states to understand the EAC budget for the financial year 2023-24, engage with the various policymakers on how to foster and strengthen regional integration through harmonization and public debt management, but also strengthening how we can be able to strengthen trade, to strengthen the regional integration process. Let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen, by saying that we can and should make the East African regional integration process work for the people, for us the people, the business community, and also the planet. Thank you, and thanks again to the National Budget Mass partners, especially the ministries of Finance, Ministry of ESR Affairs, to ensure that we work together, the citizens, civil society, and the private sector. I thank you so much, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Madam Jane Nalunga, for the welcome remarks. You just need to know that we are live on Smart TV, NTV, URA TV, YouTube, and there's a hashtag ESC Budget 23. And for that matter, you need to be conscious walking in front of these cameras. Those of you who are walking, you need to find a way of either bending, just in case somebody you have been hiding from sees you that you are here. And we are here for 3 hours, so they will have enough time to come and find you. So respect the cameras there, because they are broadcasting live, including to Ukraine. Let me invite Madam Irene Mulika, Assistant Commissioner Customs, Uganda Revenue Authority. And your ATV people are going to watch you. It's good accountability. They might be thinking she's not in office and she's having fun at the golf courses here for these important issues.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, Minister of State for East African Affairs, Honorable Minister of State for General Duties, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable MPs, Executive Director Siatini, and all distinguished guests here today, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I stand here representing the Commissioner Customs, Uganda Revenue Authority, and as I have been introduced, I'm Irene Mulika, Assistant Commissioner Trade, Uganda Revenue Authority. Following the theme, the topic for today, perceptions on maximizing taxation and managing public debt for inclusive growth and sustainable development in East Africa, under the budget theme for the East African community, building resilient economies, tax harmonization, and debt sustainability for a thriving ESC. As URA, our chief mandate is to collect taxes, assess them, and to collect them enough toward our contribution towards the domestic revenue mobilization drive is to collect enough tax and non-tax revenue sufficient enough to finance Uganda's national budget and free Uganda from economic dependency. I will therefore concentrate on what URA is going to do as one of the partner states under the ESC to support the domestic revenue mobilization drive. Our domestic revenue target for the next financial year, 2023-2024, is 29.7 trillion. And this when collected, will translate to a revenue effort of 14.3% tax to GDP ratio. That is our aim as URA. How are we going to achieve this? As URA, we are going to achieve this through various revenue measures. And these are to strengthen tax administration, compliance, and enforcement. Some of the measures that we are going to take have already been shared extensively, but nonetheless, I'll go through them again. One is that we have the technology advancement drive, and out of that, we have the enhanced implementation of the electronic physical receipting and invoicing system called IFRIS in short. We have heard about it, but this IFRIS is supposed to issue e-invoices, and you're supposed to get e-receipts whenever you trade in goods and whenever you buy and sell. So URA is promoting that. That one is to enhance acquisition of real-time information on these transactions, and also to help the traders and taxpayers to have better records, because you'll straight away know what you're contributing to URA, and in a way, you'll find it easier to file returns. The other measure that we are continuing with is implementation of the digital tax stamps. These digital tax stamps are a marking that is applied to goods or their packaging and contain security features and codes which identify these goods. They prevent them they enable us to differentiate them from counterfeit goods, and they enable the owners of the goods to track and trace them. So this means digitalization of your production processes, and the stamps are issued on particular goods that are gazetted. Some of them are like soft drinks, soda, water, beer, cigarettes, cement, and the list goes on. We are also improving our service delivery to our clients. As URA, we are not just an authority, but we are a revenue service body. And we believe that in continued service delivery, improvement in service delivery to all our taxpayers, it shall enhance voluntary compliance, and in that way we shall collect more revenue. So some of the options that we are doing is to ease payment of taxes, and the technologies that are being deployed. For example, we have the USSD quick code. This is an unstructured supplementary service data called a quick code. It is like an easier way of paying using your phone. You just press star 285 hash, and then the menu will come up, and you select according to what taxes you want to pay. Even border riders can use that. Then of course you can pay electronically using the Visa and MasterCards, and of course also using mobile money. We have options for payment of taxes using mobile money. Say if you dial star 185 hash, you'll be able to pay your bills, your taxes. And of course, under the electronic IFRIS, electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing system, we have also the electronic physical devices that we are issuing out and that are used to also issue these invoices. The other measure that we are taking are measures to curb growth of tax areas. As URA, we continue to engage with our taxpayers, and one of the measures that we are taking on is the alternative dispute resolution. This is a method where we call upon our taxpayers to come and engage with us, and we settle tax disputes harmoniously. And it is preferred wherever you have an objection with URA and you've exhausted the objection process, it is preferred that you come to URA and we sit at this round table and resolve it using an alternative dispute mechanism. It will avoid delays that we all face when we go to court, and the costs that come with the court cases and the lengthy processes. In this regard also, just like the Honorable Minister of Finance announced in the budget speech, under the Tax Procedures Code Act, it has been amended to waive any interest and penalty on tax areas outstanding as at 30th June 2023. So we are calling upon our dear taxpayers, those who have tax areas outstanding, to come up and pay the principal taxes now, please use this window. The provision is limited to taxpayers who shall pay their principal taxes by 31st December 2023. And this measure is also to help in the recovery from the impact of COVID and of course the other crises that have happened in this world, like the Ukraine-Russia war. We shall continue to collaborate as URA with all other government agencies and with our dear stakeholders through sharing of information, data integration, integration of our systems, analyzing data to identify and register all eligible persons who should be registered for tax payment. Some of the bodies we are collaborating with are like Uganda Registration Services Bureau, NIRA, National ID Registration Authority, UBOS, and Kampala City Council Authority, among others. Some of the compliance initiatives that URA is undertaking, first of all, as one of the partner states, and as a URA, we believe in enhancing voluntary compliance more than application of enforcement measures. So it is with that upon that background that we shall continue to enhance voluntary compliance through promotion of the Authorized Economic Operators Scheme. This is a scheme, in brief we'll summarize, we call it AEO, Authorized Economic Operators. It is a regional scheme. It is being run by all the East African partner states. And what it implies is that we call upon the taxpayers to come up and have a partnership with the revenue administrations. We call upon them, we do some preliminary checks, those taxpayers who are compliant, and we offer them benefits above the others who are going to go through the whole continuum of the risk management measures. So when these authorized economic operators come, we check their financial systems, we do some checks, and then eventually they are accredited as AEOs. We give them benefits like faster clearance. They have a choice. If their goods must be examined physically, they choose where they shall be examined from, and they are given priority in all our processes. This is also a trade facilitation measure as one of our objectives to simplify and harmonize our processes and make sure that we spend as little time as possible importing and exporting goods. We shall also have increased engagements and sensitizations of our taxpayers aimed at raising tax awareness, and also this will be done in a sector-based approach so that the needs specific to the different sectors are addressed. This will enhance current efforts to build strong and positive relationships between URA and our taxpayers. We are also reaching out. We have a tax outreach campaign. We have 2 mobile buses. I don't know if some of you have seen them, but they are called Tujenge buses, to register and sensitize our citizens on tax matters. So they move around. They are able to move to the different districts of Uganda. And when we move out there, people come up, we educate them, we give them tax information, financial literacy information, and we encourage them to register and pay their taxes. And this is countrywide. It can reach even the remotest areas that we were not able to reach before. So this is going on. And together with this, we have a campaign which we are calling Paris City Yange. And what this means is we are seeking that voluntary compliance. So whenever you buy goods or whenever you sell, issue these electronic receipts that I have talked of before under the IFRIS system. So as taxpayers, as citizens of Uganda, we encourage you that whenever you reach out, we are saying Paris City Yange, we are doing it in a friendly manner so that more and more people can be encouraged and interested in paying their taxes. There are lots of goodies to be won out of this, but the ultimate aim is to enhance voluntary compliance. And then we have improved technologies in customs processes. I'll mention a few of them. So we have a technology drive. We have sets of non-intrusive inspection scanners. At the moment we have 44. These ones aid us in knowing what is in the containers. We don't necessarily have to examine goods physically, and it also helps to fast-track clearance of goods. And also, of course, to see any of the taxpayers who might have been tempted to avoid taxes and conceal goods. It is done regionally. The goods are scanned right from the regions. All the regions in the partner states have scanners, and we are working on sharing our images. That is the way we are going forward, so that we'll be able to receive the images once the goods are scanned at the ports. But right now, we all have the scanners at the borders, also for security measures. One of the things we do as URA is that we are also responsible, together with all the other government agencies at the border, to ensure a safe and secure environment for our citizens. Under that technology advancement, we have the single customs territory as the ESC. This means this is to enhance the customs union in which we are, and our customs systems are interconnected. And so we are able to share information as customs in the region, and that has enabled us to have one declaration, customs declaration made at the ports of entry when goods are entering the country, and also intra-regionally when they are being exported. And this reduced costs of doing business. The goods that we deal with are also tracked electronically. We have the regional electronic cargo tracking system, and this is also one of the risk management tools. So we attach an electronic seal to the goods, high-risk goods, and we are able to track them throughout the region. URA is also planning to use drones going forward. Drones are going to be used as an alternative measure to monitor, to surveil the various porous borders of Uganda. We are responsible to make sure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes. So for those who have been using the porous borders, other than running after them, yes, we do have intelligence-based focused operations, but we shall also use this technology to enhance our efforts. One of the other things we are doing under the electronic single window is one which is like a one-stop center. When you're declaring a transaction, all the government agencies are under it. And so you're able to put in your declaration once, and everyone concerned with it is able to access it once. This reduces costs of doing business. But under it, we are going to embark on rolling out what we call the Advanced Rulings Program. In this, we mean that we want to guide our taxpayers even before the goods reach Uganda, even before the goods are shipped. For as long as you give us the necessary information, we shall issue advanced rulings on valuation, on classification, and on rules of origin. This is going to be done to reduce on clearance time, so that by the time your goods are reaching us, we have already known what is coming, and you know the treatment for it. So that is the mode of operation as customs under URA. It is to deal more with the pre-arrival of goods, do more then, and do less when the goods reach the borders. Distinguished guests, those are among some of the trade facilitative measures that URA is taking together with the partner states. And above all, we shall uphold our values of integrity. Our values, core values as URA, are professionalism, integrity, and patriotism. Patriotism means we love our country, and we shall be professional. We are continuously building staff capacity, and of course, uphold our integrity. This, if we do this, together with all your collaboration, we are sure that we're on the right path to economic independence, which is our mandate, to collect enough revenue, everyone paying their fair share of taxes, to free our country from debt. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Irene Mulika, for the information. It is easier to get an EFRIS receipt, not as easy to issue an EFRIS invoice. when your business is downtown where Baganda Pass Park used to be. But the good thing, I've received information, URA is on WhatsApp, and whoever is managing that WhatsApp, get warned, because I'm about to test you and send you a question, and wait to see whether it is working and how long it takes for an inquirer to get a response. I will use an anonymous number, just trying to see whether these things actually work, so that I can report to Mulika before we leave here. Honorable Minister Henry Musasizi, want to invite you to come and address the audience. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fred Muhumuza, for inviting me to this podium. My colleague, Honorable Ikuya, the Minister of State for East African Affairs, the management of Siatini, Uganda, and all our partners in the budget month, the staff from Ministry of Finance, staff from ESC, the heads of government agencies who are here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Since Monday, I have been speaking in these forums. I don't know how many times I have spoken about these things, but I want to appreciate Siatini for one reason. Wherever we have spoken, our emphasis has been what we do internally here. This is the first time I am speaking. I'm going to speak about the regional matters. And the things I'm going to speak about don't even get a chance to be discussed in our parliament here. These are things we do at the ESC region, but whose effect affect us as Ugandans, affect our taxpayers, affect our economy, and also they affect our other stakeholders like the academia who use this information. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting me for this occasion on the post-budget dialogue on the East African Community tax matters and debt strategy for financial year 2023-2024. Let me also thank the organizers and all of you who have spared the time to come and be part of this dialogue, including those who have joined us virtually. These engagements are always welcome. We at the Ministry of Finance, we normally use them to break down the budget and to take the budget to the last mile. This is an opportunity we give to the general public to ask questions about the budget, and also we use this opportunity to get feedback about what people think and perceive the decisions we make in the budget and the general macroeconomic management. And this feedback helps us improve on our processes of decision making, considering that every 12 months we go through the process of budgeting. So I want to thank you so much for your participation, and I encourage you not to get tired of this repetitive information we keep giving you from in different forums. As government, we will embrace the opportunities to dialogue with civil society and the wider citizenry to increase participation in the process of policy formulation and to better inform policy making. The fiscal strategy for next financial year will prioritize enhancing revenue collection and rationalization of public expenditure and ensuring long-term debt sustainability. This will reduce reliance on external financing for socio-economic transformation. As we earlier informed you in the budget speech, in nominal terms, Uganda's debt to GDP is projected to drop to 48.2% this financial year ending June 2023 from 48.6% at the end of June 2022. This reduction is due to the government's commitment to debt sustainability. Sometimes when we talk about this, in the public out there, they say we have overborrowed, which is true. We have indeed overborrowed. But if that is the case, the key debate should be on the way forward. Yes, we find ourselves in this situation. We are telling you we are within, and sustainably our debt is well controlled, but there are a number of things we need to address going forward. And what we have done, like you heard the President comment on the budget speech, we have enhanced controls in debt approvals. The other day I was here, Professor Augustus Nwagaba said, the question we should ask ourselves is, what are we borrowing for? Where are we borrowing from? And when shall we repay this debt, and at what interest? These are the key questions we should always ask ourselves. And I think when Maris comes to the panel, she will tell you that we are now beginning to focus more on external borrowing compared to domestic borrowing, because the domestic borrowing has a number of risks, including the overcrowding effect, whereby we have always been accused of competing with the private sector. We are trying as much as possible to minimize that. And also, domestic borrowing is considerably expensive compared to external borrowing, and also the terms. The external borrowers tend to give us longer terms than the domestic lenders. So this is one of the strategies we have decided to undertake. Among the many others, we don't borrow for anything. We only borrow to finance productive sectors of the economy, the sectors which bring growth. We don't borrow to eat. We borrow to invest in areas which brings return to the economy, and we think in this way we shall widen the tax base to enable URA collect more taxes. We shall grow our economy to bring more jobs. We shall add value to our products to make them sell in the world market, etc., etc. Therefore, I want you to be our ambassadors. When people say we have overborrowed, you add the points I have made, and in so doing, we shall win this debate out there, which sometimes become unnecessarily negative. This is slightly below our debt of 48.6%, is slightly below the government's policy target of not more than 50% of GDP, and also below the 52.4% threshold provided for in the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility as at the end of financial year 2023-2024. Distinguished participants, Uganda being a member of the EAC community, it is required for us to participate in various processes of the community as well as enforce decisions on the community. I will therefore focus on the highlights of the EAC Council of Ministers decisions for financial year 2023-2024, which have direct impact on the budget. And number one is that the budget for financial year 2023-24 focuses on full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and broadening market access. The East African community has deepened its regional integration agenda. To that end, government will enhance coordination of civil society, public and sector actors to leverage regional and international cooperation with a view of maximizing all the available market opportunities. We shall therefore closely monitor the non-tariff barriers in the region and ensure that they are well resolved timely to facilitate free movement of goods and services across the borders. I would like to therefore call upon all of you to exploit the benefits of the expanded markets, both the regional and global level. The East African partner states finalized the comprehensive review of the East African Common Market External Tariff and agreed on a 4-band structure with a minimum rate of number one, 0% duty levied on imports of raw materials and capital goods. Number two, 10% duty charged on imports of intermediate goods. Number 3, 25% duty charged on imports of finished goods not readily available in the region. And number 4, a maximum rate of 35% duty charged on imports of finished goods readily available in the region. The implementation of this new ESC Common External Tariff has already commenced in respect of all products imported into the East African community. The comprehensive review of the Common External Tariff aims to mitigate distortions in the structure of the current CET and economy, barriers to intra-regional trade, provide higher protection, social welfare issues, and enhance competitiveness of our industries. In other words, we did this to protect our own products from the global competition. We believe in the ESC, we have capacity to produce certain things, and the goods we produce must be enabled to compete favorably, and the strategy is to give them favorable treatment, tax treatment, to enable them competitive. And that is why we came up with this 4 tariff band to categorize products under the 4, and this, we believe, will enable our goods to be more competitive within the region. On the other side, in the budget proposals for the financial year 2023-24, we made modest adjustments in the ESC Common External Tariff. Uganda was allowed to continue applying import duty rates beyond the tariff bands of 0%, 10%, 25%, and 35% on specific products. The rates are from 25%, 35%, 60% for agricultural products where Uganda has competitive advantage in order to promote import substitution and value addition of our industries by protecting our local producers. In other words, even when there is this agreed upon framework of the 4 tariff band, we as Uganda, where we have more competitive advantage, we managed to put a case, and we were allowed to even go beyond this tariff band, the 4 tariff band, and raise the rates even higher than that to protect our goods more where we think we have a competitive advantage. I think this is good news for our local producers, particularly for meat and edible meat offal, potatoes fresh or chilled, other than seed, sausages, and similar products, chewing gum, other sugar confectionery sweets, chocolates, biscuits, honey, ready-to-drink juices, ginger, jams, processed tea, and coffee, among others. These are the goods where we have more favorable rates in order to protect them from external competition. In addition, we proposed to extend duty remission for essential raw materials and inputs used by manufacturers in the production process under the ESC duty remission scheme. These inputs are taxed at reduced duty rate of 0%, although the normal duty rates are higher than 0%, usually at 35%, 25%, and 10%. This is aimed at reducing the cost of inputs and hence the cost of doing business in Uganda. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, EAC partner states ratified the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, and are ready to commence trading. This arrangement will bring the following benefits. Number one is creating a single market for goods and services with free movement of business persons and investments, and thus pave way for accelerating the establishment of the Continental Customs Union. Number two is expanding intra-African trade through better harmonization and coordination of trade liberalization and facilitation regimes and instruments across regional economic communities and across Africa in general. Number three is expediting the regional and continental integration process. And lastly, number four is enhancing competitiveness at the industry and enterprise level through exploiting opportunities for scale production, continental market access, and better reallocation of resources. I therefore take this opportunity to encourage the private sector to adequately prepare to take advantage of the opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Distinguished participants, in addition to the efforts to promote the EAC as an ideal investment destination and attract foreign direct investments, the EAC Secretariat partnered with different institutions to organize investment and business forums scheduled between June and September 2023. These forums include the Business Summit organized with the African Union Commission, planned for 10th to 12th July 2023 in Nairobi, Kenya, and the East African Community Investment and Business Summit in partnership with the EABC, planned for September 2023 in Kampala, Uganda. I therefore call upon you all to participate in the above forums, especially the private sector, to leverage on such opportunities for investment. I once again would like to appreciate the organizers for this dialogue. Madam Jane, I really appreciate your partnership. I want to repeat this. When I was still in Parliament as the chairperson of the Finance Committee in the 10th Parliament, that's where our relationship started from. You supported me then, and you still support me now as Minister of State for Finance and the entire ministry. So on behalf of the ministry, I want to thank you and other partners for working with us in this endless journey of building our economy as Uganda and building our economy as East Africa. To the distinguished participants, thank you for sparing your valuable time to come and attend this dialogue. I want to end by thanking the Ministry of East African Affairs, represented by the Minister of State here, for coordinating us in all these initiatives. We are always led well in these meetings by the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, and Honorable James Ikuya. They have always provided leadership, and we achieved a lot of benefits as Uganda. Let's appreciate them with them. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We highly appreciate the remarks you have given to us, but also appreciate the time you have given to us and the history of how your partnership with Siatini has a record to this. We know you, we have to share you with others. So should you find another space where you are needed most, we want at this point to allow you, when the time comes, to go to attend to other constituencies that you have as a minister. Madam Jane, I'm unable to invite two ministers to speak to us, so I'm going to invite you to invite the minister who is representing Honorable Minister is going to attend to Private Sector Foundation. You know, that is another big constituency that drives this economy and which pays the taxes. So he also needs to go and give them the assurances. Do we need a photograph at this point? I think let us take a quick photograph. Honorable Minister, we want to have a photograph which Maris can also attend. Maris, can you please come with the minister for a photograph here, and then we can let him go. We need that record on camera, and I'll invite Jane Mulika, the URA, to come up, Irene Mulika, to come up for the photograph as well. How I wish it was still those cameras with the films. You wouldn't be taking those many. You'd let my ministers go. There was a time cameras had films that had either 24 pictures or 36. And at times the film would get finished and you have to reload. By the time you're done, the president has gone. That's technology advancing us to the new levels. Have you greeted your neighbor? Do you know who that neighbor is? Did they sit next to you by coincidence or they were deliberate? Please find out. There might be a business deal, and this is the moment to handle that business deal. We are here for a dialogue on tax and debt. Some people may not know the relationship between tax and debt. There was a gentleman in economics called Ricardo many years ago. He said, no matter how good your investment climate is, investors you are trying to attract first look at the debt of that country, because they know the only way to resolve that debt is through tax. So when they see a country with a big debt, they don't come, because they know eventually time is going to come and you will tax them. So there are some of these things that we have in this relationship between tax and debt and the investment by the private sector that we are looking forward to. So it is possible that we have already lost out some investors because of our debt profile, and they don't want to come in here since they know we'll pay the debt. But as we resolve it and how we use it, and that was the message from the minister, how you use the debt matters. You want to use the debt in a way that encourages investments, because those investments will eventually be available to reconcile the issues of debt. We have two panels, but I'm going to be privileged to possibly combine those panels, but that is later. We want to first hear the keynote address, which is going to be delivered by the Honorable Minister of State for East African Affairs, Honorable James Magode Ikuya, when he comes back, which will be a little bit later. Jane, I still want to load you this burden. I don't want to invite two ministers in a space of 1 hour. That privilege is only left to the president. He can invite several ministers in a space of 1 hour, but not me. Jane.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It's my singular honor and privilege to invite the Honorable James Magode Ikuya, Minister of State for East African Community Affairs, who is representing the First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of EAC Community Affairs, Honorable James Magode Ikuya. But we also thank you so much for taking off time to come here. And we would also like to request you to convey our thanks to the First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of EAC Affairs for always being there when we invite her. So, Honorable James Magode Ikuya, the mic is yours. Thank you so much.
The Executive Director of CETIN, members of Parliament present here, and all the various distinguished people in your protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, it befell me to represent the First Deputy Prime Minister, who is also the Minister for East Africa, because she's away on other duties elsewhere, and has therefore not been able to particularly grace this occasion. Therefore, when I was asked to represent her, and knowing the kind of people who are involved in this situation, who are keen to us, whom we are keen about East Africa, therefore I'm happy to be here to represent her. I was given a written speech which I could have read on her behalf, detailing all the various ideas and perspectives she wanted to convey to you. But unfortunately for me, my eyesight, I sort of lost my eyes when I was coming here, because the glasses which I would have to use to glean some of the speech, the writings there are not here. So instead of holding you onto guessing what are these figures and figuring what is written, you'll allow me to abstract and extract some of the highlights of our speech so that we can get going. The same message can be conveyed that way. It's not a matter of abusing our speech, but rather the misfortune of my disability at this time. Now, the very first thing I would like to dwell on is the fact that you are talking of a budget framework, I think post-budget dialogue for and connecting East Africa in particular. Of course, that is an interesting area of discussion, but I will not go into the carpentry or the tapestry of that. How do you do it? What, because you are normally the experts on that. My interest, however, is to mention key questions which what we are doing here should reflect so that they can achieve the overall objectives of integration. How we do it, the mannerism, the arithmetic, the chemistry, and the physics of it, we'll leave that to you. But with us, we are looking at the fact that we want the people, African people want to integrate. Why do they want to integrate? In our concept, the key, the real moving motive is to relink Africa to Africans. Because in the past, Africans were delinked from each other. First, we were delinked from the continent itself. We just existed on Earth, but we are not even the owners of the continent. At one time, we were just strangers on a continent, delinked from your place where you are born. You exist on it, but linkage, how you live and how you die, was decided by other people. It was not decided by us. Therefore, they had more access to things in Africa than we did. That's first. Africans were linked from even their own resources and continent. The second issue, it meant that Africans were linked even from each other. They created states. The other day I was in Pondwe, which unfortunately which had this problem of killings of people in Kasese. The same people. You find here that one is called it was once Belgian Congo. And this side was East Africa for the British. The British were not known to be neighbors of Belgians, were neighbors here in Africa. So they would be sitting watching each other from this side of Africa. They were neighbors. Meanwhile, Africans getting to Bujumbura, for example, from an African from Kampala, you needed to have to go to London first, then Brussels, in order to get to Bujumbura. That is as far as how Bujumbura became far from Africa, from Uganda. Yet it's just a distance throw away. So this question of linkages is a very important question. It's not just a contrived thing. We should not just look at it as an intellectual fascination which you are just coming up with figures, whatnot. These are ideals and aspirations which are basic to the existence of the African people. How can Bujumbura be very far from Kampala? And the others become foreigners, and they are the same, breathing the same air, we are on the same lake, we are doing this. So this is why it became necessary in Africa that integration is a process for relinking Africans to each other. At that level, regardless of whether there are advantages of economy or whatnot, first that we have the right to be linked together. So that African people can begin getting each other, the values, the cultures, the other things. Of course, alongside that, you don't just eat cultures and whatnot. It's not just a matter of seeing each other and greeting. There are also economic issues. So naturally, if you are integrated economically, it makes sense. That's why these states, which we didn't create, but which were created, which we inherited, should be a basis of recreating integration. They were not states which arose from Africans, but they were states which we inherited, but which you can now use as a stepping stone to gain back what we lost. That's why there is this integration of unity, of economies and the rest of the thing. So to us in East African community, for example, it makes therefore sense that because states must also be run, we needed the existing states themselves as a beginning of making the unity. The states must be run on some level of economy. Whether they like it or not, they must exist. Because the unity of Africa cannot exist without the interaction between these states. That's the beginning of it. So in order for that to enable them to exist, there must be financing, taxation, and the rest of the thing. And this is why they have those things. And around that, the fact that they must integrate, it's driving towards integration. They must therefore have harmonized taxation system. And we therefore look at all things that can be harmonized. Already we agree that there are many things within the Treaty of East Africa which have indeed been harmonized. The minister here has been already indicating to us what has been the framework which has been agreed on taxation system. That's the basis for doing many things. So that's already provides some harmony, and we should be able, and I'm hoping that you are being together here now, is to examine exactly how that harmony is being visualized and actualized. Because if it is not done, then it becomes also a problem, and a problem on the existence of these states. And the fact that the states themselves are starting not necessarily from the same ground. Some states have what you are coastal. They have big oceans around us, and they have seas. In terms of the economies of that, they are better off than those which are in the hinterland, squeezed inside Africa like we are. But we can't claim rights on the coastal areas because we didn't create those states. We now must have to agree that the other states are wherever they are. But apart from those, there are also the sizes of states. Some are small, they are big, and what now this difference of terrain in Africa tends also to create some conflict. The terrain, because you don't start off from the same terrain. It's even said that when a he-goat climbs on an anthill and looking at the other goats which are down there on the ground, it thinks it is off the ground. to stand there swing like it was the head of everything. So some of us are also like that. Given the terrain which is not the same, states which have better facilities sometimes have to be negotiated with in order to get things going. So we don't start from the same level. But those are the issues that must be harmonized as we're doing that. We must recognize that we start from different terrain, but the idea is to recreate a new Africa so that we get things going. So some of the things are inadvertent. For example, Burundi is a small country, but is a member of East African Unity. Others are bigger countries. But when it comes to budgeting of East African community projects, you have got to negotiate. How do you do it? This small country, which is of much less people, and the other one is bigger, how do you relate? These relationships must be discussed and organized in the spirit of trying to bring forward the unity. It's not so much haggling. You are big, because if you don't haggle too much on that one, then even the basis of the unity that will not exist. So the issue is we must have the spirit of trying to bring forward Africans together, but at the same time recognizing that we operate from different terrain. And therefore, your issues, you the experts, you should be able to help us in judging this different terrain. Some shortfalls are not the making of the states, as I'm saying. There are also issues of policies which may also create new problems amongst us. Recently, we are hearing of attitudes towards the GMO crops in some countries can easily create. How do we trade? We are trying to have free trade in the area, free movement of people and what. But if you relate differently with other states, and then how will you relate internally with each other? All those issues must be analyzed and factorized. If we don't do so, we will not be able to do. Therefore, in short, if there are any well-wishers of Africa here, we should be able to see, to help us to resolve some sticking questions whenever they arise, especially funding. We may not have the same ability. Each state may not have the same ability as the other to fund, for example, the Secretariat of the EAC. So even if we are all, the body is willing, but the spirit is willing, but the body cannot meet certain things. So what do we do? So this is why sometimes we must also depend on the well-wishers, the funders, to always look at these shortfalls so that help us to iron them out in order to enable us to go over these phases which are difficult. But my conviction is that as Africa regains and starts coming together, they will discover in each other new strengths which can multiply our ability to resolve many other problems. And the more unity, therefore, we will have, the less areas of disharmony will arise. Because if the economies are integrated, then you no longer care about who owns the ports, who owns the coastal areas, who owns the lakes. The other day, we were having a problem one time when we were discussing the question of the lake. Lake Victoria, for example, how much of it is owned by each of the countries. Now, if we begin quarreling about we want equalization on the ownership of lakes, you will not have a solution to the African problems. But if you agree on what you can use on the lakes together, it does not matter what sovereignty you have on the lake. You'll find that eventually the lake serves everyone. the fish which spawns in Uganda can be harvested in Kenya. Another one gets old in Tanzania, while another one gets born here. So you get those kind of things happening once there is unity. But if there is disunity, you will find then each border will want to construct a wall on the lake. To construct a wall on the lake, whether and how what will happen to Lake Victoria, I don't know. That will be a very, very big tragedy. That's why we must look. We have no way out except to look for the unity of East Africa. And that is what we in East African Community Affairs are out for, and therefore we encourage you in doing that. Therefore, I'm happy to be here today to represent my minister and wish you very good deliberation.
Another round of applause for the Honorable Minister of State for East African Affairs, Honorable James Magode Kuya. Thank you very much for carrying the message from the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs, and reminding us that this is not just about taxation, but rather relinking Africans and to Africa. But because that process needs some money, that's when the taxation comes in. I want to recognize Honorable Ongon Silas, Member of Parliament and Vice Chairperson of Parliamentary Forum on East African Affairs. You're welcome, sir. We want to move faster, so I'm going to invite the following people to occupy the seats here and be able to have a conversation with a panel, through a panel. Mr. John Bosco Kalisa, are you around? Executive Director, East African Business Council. You can choose the seat that serves you best. Ms. Jane Benuza, Vice Chairperson, Uganda National Women Cross-Border Trade Cooperative. I hope your border still exists. There is a border we tried to close. It was bringing us problems. But you will tell us what exactly these inconveniences do to trade when the borders are not safe. I want to invite Mr. Leonard Wanyama, Regional Coordinator, East African Tax Governance, if you're in the house. I have some people who will be online, so you'll have the comfort. Let me invite Mr. Rukundo Solomon, Manager Taxation, Grant Thornton, Uganda. He's my auditor in another constituency, so me and him will settle matters later when he will give me his opinion. In matters of audit, I thought a qualified opinion was something good, but they say when you have a qualified one, you have issues to answer. Who is here for Mr. Moses Kagwa? Susan, I think me and you may want to see each other if we don't see Mr. Kagwa in the house. Susan Nakagoro, you represent unless Mr. Kagwa has come or is coming. You can also take the seat now. We are combining both panels in your program. You possibly have two panels, but since others are online and we are short of time, we want to be able to run quickly through this session, and then you can also make your own submissions along the way. Maris Wanyera, are you still with us? Come and accompany your colleague. This is a very nice panel with enough ladies and fewer men. So the men are now some endangered species. Can I find another man to add so that we can balance this bicycle? We will be joined by some people online. Honorable, I think Odongo George will be coming in online. Or if he doesn't, we shall question MTN and Airtel for failing him to come. Siatini, do I have any other panelist to join me? Or they will join me from the floor? You will send me the names, I will invite them. Just send me the names and then I will invite them. I still have 2 seats or one seat. At least I have one seat, which is not for me. But they will be coming in online, the two of them. And I will invite them when the time comes. Leonard Wanyama, I think, is online. So he will be joining us from his farm. And his farm can be anything. He will tell us what that means. And I think Honorable Dongo will also be joining us online. Let me begin off questions, just 1 or 2 minutes. You talk about yourself, maybe in 1 minute, and tell us what is it about debt and tax that we should know from your position. You have the center stage, sir. 1 minute or 2, and then we'll move into the substantive questions.
Good morning. First of all, allow me to register my appreciation to the organizer, Satini, and also appreciate the presence of the ministers from the EAC Affairs, as well as the Minister of Finance, and Member of Parliament present. I'm John Bosco Karisa. I'm the CEO of the South African Business Council. We are very, very, very grateful to join this panel in terms of talking about taxation as well as debt management, also building the resilience. The EABC is the regional apex body for the private sector. We are the voice of the private sector in the EAC. We do a lot of advocacy. We do a lot of support in terms of business growth. So this is a timely discussion when we are talking about building resilience. You build resilience through supporting the private sector to recover from what I always call 3 C's, COVID, conflict, and climate change. Those are very important aspects with regard to economic recovery. And tax plays a cardinal role in terms of our development agenda at the national level as well as at the regional level, because it is through taxes we are able to fund public goods. Those are infrastructure, health services, education, and other social-related services. So private sector becomes a key partner in the taxation as well as debt management, but also building the recovery. And our view at EABC that we need to continue to enhance public-private dialogue. We need to deepen our engagement with the government. And I'm happy to say that when I looked at the budget, Uganda budget, 2023-2024, the inputs, synopsis input of the private sector are well integrated within the budget. I was happy this morning when PSFU mentioned that their submission at the Ministry of Finance, almost 78% were fully taken on board in terms of reflecting the interest and aspiration of the private sector. And I believe that also the voice of the citizen have been fully integrated within the budget. And that is the aspiration of the EAC. When you look at the treaty itself, the treaty is very clear that the integration of the EAC will be people-centered integration. When we talk about people-centered integration, we are talking about welfare enhancing. We measure it by the welfare of our people. And I was looking at the African Development Bank and African Union report. EAC is the most integrated regional communities among 8 recognized regional communities. And they looked at 8 fundamental principles. And you looked at the social integration aspect. When you looked at the social integration aspect, EAC was rated almost, got 96%, because we have not fully facilitated the movement of our people across the region, but at least we have an EAC passport. We have ID, national ID. People can use the national ID to move across the region. So there are some fundamental principles that we've worked closely with our government, and these fundamental principles are working. Having said that, there are issues that when we talk about the taxation, I wanted to share with you that there are very important principles that we need to take into consideration. One is the aspect of simplicity of our tax system. Are they simple for the taxpayers? I think that is very critical. It is one of the canons of taxation, principles of taxation by Adam Smith. The tax should be simple to the taxpayers. And I was looking at the Singapore that you don't find the tax authority learning at you. You do your self-assessment. And if you have a challenge, the tax authority comes to help you. So I think what we need to discuss is the level of compliance. And I'm happy the commissioner from the URA, Every mentioned about digitization and in terms of engagement, constant engagement. And before even the budget is presented, I think the member of parliament are here, there is what we call citizens' budget, that the budget represents the views of the citizens. Have the citizens been consulted? So then it becomes very easy in terms of citizens implementing the same budget because they have been consulted during the budget process. So I think that is very important in terms of simplicity. Another aspect that I want to share with you is what we call certainty, predictability of the taxes. Are these tax measures predictable? Because business community, again, we need to recognize that we are in a global competition. If taxes are very complex in nature, the business are very coward. They move to other jurisdictions. They can move from Uganda and reallocate to Rwanda, reallocate to another country. I think that ability of the tax to be certainty, be clear to the taxpayer is very important. The third aspect is what we call economy, and it is also part of the canon of taxation. The administration to manage the tax. You find that and I was looking at the data, and I was generally shocked last night when with all the efforts by the URA, you find that the average contribution of the tax revenue from the Uganda are below the African average. Below the African average. That's a big point. Why? With all the efforts by URA, your tax contribution to GDP is less than 14%. Generally, and I looked at in 2010, you are almost hitting 16%. You are reversing. What is happening? Then it means that the taxes are being complex. And that is where we need to come as the ESC. And I've been looking at the data, even in Tanzania. We are growing more informal sector than formal sector. So what we need to do now in our discussion, what incentive, what mechanism can we deploy to graduate our informality to formality? The tax plays a very important role. And this is where now we need to talk, how do we grow informality, the level of informality to formality? And the tax component has a very strong implication in terms of formalization of the business. And that is why we come to see how does the tax create incentive for MSMEs, that is micro, small, medium enterprise, to graduate. And I looked at also one of the challenges has been the access to patient capital. Banks, I saw Uganda Development Banks and others, when you talk to the business community, they say, banks here, it's very hard, the interest rate is very, very punitive, tax measures are very punitive. So we cannot grow the business, we cannot talk about recovery when we don't ensure that the financial instruments for SMEs to grow and thrive are in the place. I had a discussion last week, I was here in Uganda, with East African Development Bank. And I tasked them, this is the bank that is supposed to fuel the growth of East Africa. And they told me they have instruments, but they are redundant within our banks in Uganda. So I said, why? The bank is there, they have all the funds, but these funds cannot be accessed by SMEs. So I realized that there is what we call information asymmetry. And this is where we need to come, CEATINI, East African Business Council, PSFU, we need to address issue of information asymmetry with regard to both debt sustainability, with regard to both tax harmonization, with regard to economic recovery. Otherwise, we will not be able to grow our business if we still have those daunting challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your submission. Let me ask you to just, okay. I want to go to the extreme end, Madam Jane Benuza. You represent the women in cross-border trade issues. We want to hear from you how the women have taken advantage of the opportunities and the regional integration, and whether we are actually addressing the challenges, whether the tax amendments presented have addressed the challenges that are being faced there, and any other thing that you may want to share with the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. In fact, I'll talk briefly about cross-border trade. Then I'll talk about the opportunities of simplified trade. Then I'll talk about the opportunities of the one-stop border post. Then I'll go to the challenges. Then I'll talk about the effects of COVID-19, and then some of the recommendation and way forward. Before I talk about the cross-border trade, I'll first compliment the East African Community, Trademark, EAC, Uganda Export Promotions Board, CEATIN, and UWIL. Those people have made us who we are, because at least they have moved these cross-border women traders to an extra mile. By the way, when I talk of cross-border trade, it started in 2010 as informal, with the support from Uganda Export Promotions Board and EAC to provide space to listen and amplify women's voice while working with other stakeholders. EAC and Uganda Export Promotions Board, their active engagement was to advocate or advocacy issues and the articulation of women's rights, concern and empowerment or empowering women cross-border traders in the East African community. Cross-border traders or trade constitutes a significant percentage of informal and formal traders, mainly dealing in staple food, commodities like maize, beans, bananas, pineapple, etc. And this has a direct impact on food security in the region. Majority of rural and urban dwellers engage in this trade as a form of employment and a livelihood strategy. However, women in cross-border trade faces unique challenges in the course of transacting business, in spite of the contribution they bring to the economy and the knowledge on the benefits of the integration. When I talk of the benefits, cross-border traders or cross-border trade has benefited from simplified trade regime, I may not stop, but let me just talk about the few. First of all, the construction of the OSPB, where women have a desk and a resources center or information resource center, has done a lot, at least to make these women improve their awareness as far as the trade is concerned. As far as taxation and the knowledge about the integration or the EAC integration, import duty exemption for the goods below 2,000 US and the certificate of origin. In fact, we have benefited a lot when we are exempted from the import duty. Those are some of the benefits. Self-declaration. Women cross-border traders are now allowed to declare their consignments by themselves without a clearing agent. Another opportunity for the construction of the one-stop border post was to reduce time and cost of trade by operating under single window, provision of women desk, provision of a URA custom women official to handle women issues, because sometimes you know that women are a bit inferior. When they look into some men's faces, sometimes they fear. That's why URA decided to give us an official who is a woman who can handle women issues. And we compliment you for that. Thank you so much. Yeah, the adoption of women cross-border traders on border joint committees, the JBCs, at least we can sit on that forum and then give out our issues and maybe assist our fellow women who are doing trade and give them information. There is a gap which was bridged between the border agencies with the women cross-border traders, because now we are having a good working relationship with all the border agencies. Because previously we used to fear the customs, thinking that it's for these big consignments and maybe people who speaks a lot of English. So at least we have got that good working relationship with those people. We benefited from the OSPB because they gave us, or they provided us with a storage facility where we can store our products before clearing them. There is access to information. At least we can access the information concerning trade and taxation. There is an opportunity, the opportunities of OSPB and the simplified trade regime improve the competitiveness and the confidence among women cross-border traders to formalize and expand their businesses. Because most of our borders have formalized. We have cooperatives and we can work together. There is increased awareness on rights and obligation of traders. There is registration. We registered our cooperatives, as I told you, on at least 6 borders where EAC operates, and the registration of Women Cross-Border Traders Union, because we wanted even to share these opportunities with our fellow women traders at the national level, because at least we have the borders or grassroots has been exhausted. So this year we registered the Uganda Women Cross-Border Traders Union also to handle the issues at the national level. However, we are having some challenges. Most of the women cross-border traders are traders not by choice, but are compelled by the need to earn a living and feed their families. Informal cross-border traders or trade is characterized by many risks and challenges that mostly affect women. These are some of the challenges. Harassment by impersonators. According to the structures of our OSPBs, at the entries, you find that there is a lot of people who call themselves a lot of names, and maybe these people divert our women traders and get some money from them, calling themselves police officers, some customs officers. So you feel like a lady from deep in the village cannot access the service because of these impersonators. Most of the women cross-border traders, unharmonized policies in the region. I think this has been our song always. We've been singing this song now and then. I don't know whether through this budget the policies will be harmonized, because what I know, the policymakers are not the implementers. We are the implementers, like how Mr. Kalisa has brought it. The policies are made without even consulting the implementers. So we are forced to implement the policy we never contributed to. That is a very big challenge to us. There is a lack of banks on some borders. An example, in Mutukula, we don't have any bank, which makes our business a bit complex, moving long distances to Chotera, maybe Masaka, to access the banks. The cost of transaction becomes big, mostly on mobile banking and the mobile money, because since we don't have banks, we use the mobile, the mobile money, whatever. So as if I've had something to do with the mobile banking. But I've heard that there is also another 10% withholding, which is imposed on them. Yet we are praying that it should be brought down. But I know the technical people will work on it. Exchange rate fluctuation, this one is also affecting us. And to make things worse, we are dealing in Uganda currency. When it comes to taxes, we are being calculated in US, and we follow that very day's exchange rate. Because whenever we do the transaction, they consider the exchange rate of US dollar on that very day. The URA will give us highlights on that because it's always like that at the border. Another challenge is talk the walk. I don't know whether what we say is exactly what we do, because there is a lot of talking and less implementation. There is also another challenge of language barrier. The budget is in English, and I don't know whether people at the grassroots, all of them do understand this language. So I think that's why we don't really understand the budget. We can't interpret. For us, we just hear the techniques of the budget. We don't really understand. We would pray that the budget should also be simplified, like other things, so that even my grandmother can understand what really is meant by the budget, without finding someone to interpret for us the budget. There is a high taxation. High taxation in the name of protecting our domestic industries. This one is bothering us a lot, we traders, because we don't know all about protecting our domestic industries. A trader, where there is a demand, where there is a high profit, that's where we go. And maybe we should look into the industries you are telling us to protect. What do they produce? If they produce things that will convince me as a trader, I will automatically go there. Take an example. You will never see me going for Renzori water because I'm satisfied with it. I will never go for Mukwano because I'm satisfied with Mukwano. But when I go for something, let it come in, and then the industries ask themselves, why is it that the trader is concentrating on this than this one? It means that there is a question mark with this product. So you allow us, bring that product, then our industries buys that product and see why is it that the customers need this, then they will work on that. And then we will protect our markets, other than restricting us, imposing high taxation on us, on the products that we are not satisfied with. So I think we should look into that. Poor cooperation among the partner states. This ones, most of us who stays at the border, we have experienced it a lot. because it affects us, we traders. These are our areas of interest. This is where we carry our businesses from. Take an example, Mpondwe, I will never go back there because there is some insecurity. However much it's also another challenge we are facing. I will not go to Sudan to take my consignment there because I'm not safe there. Let the partner states harmonize that to make trade more flexible for us traders. Poor road network.
Hope that's the last one. They're interesting, but we want to give time to others as well.
Okay, for me, I was told to give challenges and we have as many as possible. And these people need to hear those challenges.
We are going to take your written submission and hand it over.
Okay, insecurity, then the policymakers and whatever. Let me talk about the effects of COVID-19. Closure of borders lead to collapse of businesses, mostly for women cross-border traders. Then restrictions of movement raised maternity newborns because, you know, the only thing we could do is moving around the house and then going to the bedroom and then we make children. So and this one increased the newborn and child mortality, whatever. And then most of the burden was given to the women because, you know, our husbands, when it comes to the children, then there is a challenge of gender-based violence, which is still going on up to now. And then there is debts, as they've been talking about. It's also affecting us. The business collapsed. We had borrowed money, and some of our members are still in prison because they are still paying. Now, talking briefly about the recommendation, because you would love to hear what we feel like.
Just be quick.
Yes, I will be quick. I will be quick. We would recommend our government to think of the dynamics in trade policies and other policies in East Africa and the continental. Currently in Mutukula, Tanzania has closed some of the products that are coming to Uganda out of blue without traders' concern. So I don't know whether that policy, at least they would have explained or they would have given us notes before they close, because we traders are working under contracts. I may be having a contract of at least 30 metric tons from Tanzania. Now, out of blue, the border is closed. They don't allow us to bring our products. So I think that should be thought of. The structure shifting, which will impact women and men differently. This is due to the fact that women have different constraints, as you know, as far as economic, political, and social and cultural. So they should also think about that. Engage grassroots participation in policy formalization and implementation, because we are the implementers. Then do more sensitization, support supervision, monitoring, and evaluation. The government officials do less monitoring and supervision. That's why you hear or you see things going wrong down there. Because if at least they increase on that, it would be okay. Support access to credit facilities for small-scale traders. At least EAC has done that, and we have to compliment them. They've put out a women's bank, which will assist women without collaterals and whatever, to borrow money and then support their businesses. Address insecurity issues across borders like Mpondwe and Elegu. Then rethink on the taxation on mobile money and banking transaction to enable digital financing. Partner states should harmonize policies on various areas of cooperation, and then thinking of having a product hub for agricultural products, because we are facing a problem in sorting. Whenever we have some consignments, take an example, avocado, taking it outside, they always give us that we need this size, we need this size. So we need at least an agricultural hub which will assist us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Benoza, bringing the issues that affect a very critical constituency, the women trading across the border. I just really will be happy to receive your submission in writing. I hope Siatin will get that. These are critical issues that need to be discussed as we get into implementation of the new year. I have 2 people online, and I left Irene to be seated there because she needs to take notes. She will have a few things to answer. Otherwise, she was supposed to be on my panel, but my panel doesn't have a table that she's used to. So Irene, stay where you are. You'll be answering some questions possibly at the end in case any are turning up for you. Are the people online ready? I have Flavia Businge. If it is possible to bring her up, she could give us her submission. If not, I will be moving on in the meantime. Yep. Yes, Flavia.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know this is just to react on what has been submitted by
Thank you. Thank you, Flavia. People wanted to see your face. We don't know whether it is the video or the face that is the problem, but we'll do that later on. You may want to well appreciate. Oh yes, there she is. Just in case you meet her on the street, don't say you don't know her. She's given us very good insights from the ESC Director, Customs and Trade at the ESC Secretariat. Thank you very much, Flavia. I want to move on to Susan. Susan is my nearest neighbor here. And the last I heard, Susan was working with the tax policy issues. What are the issues there? You have some time to tell us. I'm giving you a blank check.
Thank you, Dr. Fred Muhumza. My name is Susan Nakagolo. First of all, I need to say that I'm holding portfolio. My boss is on my way. So I take this opportunity where it's a way to express myself. And I'm a principal economist in the Department of Tax Policy. I have handled quite a number of issues, ESC, I've done revenue analysis. Now I'm handling indirect taxes, specifically excise duties. And I just want to also say that I represent the women in the ministry because I'm a focal person for the women desk. So that's very critical. There are not many people who represent women issues. So moving to the subject, first of all, as a policy maker, I just want to let you know that where we are today, we are in a difficult position considering what is happening in the international scene. Even the giants have fallen. We have seen the Ghanaian economy, for instance. Even within East Africa, for instance, some of our colleagues used to have quite high, impressive tax GDP ratios. Recently, we are all coming down. I think we are in the range of 11 to 15, if I'm not mistaken. So it is quite a challenging situation for a tax policy maker like me to make a contribution. In other words, for us to raise enough money to sustain our economy within what we're experiencing today, not to mention the exogenous factors, the likes of the Ukraine war, the likes of the post-COVID, we should be giving industries stimuluses or stimulus packages, but we are not, so to say. So we cannot milk the cow excessively. And I say that with passion because I know it's not easy. Yet, at the same time, we have to raise revenue. As you heard recently, during the budget, actually the president challenged us on the tax GDP ratio, but at the same time was concerned about how much money we are spending on external financing. So it's a paradox, so to say. But that notwithstanding, I must say that we are here because of ESC, so I must also speak to it. We have undertaken decisions as far as the ESC purview is concerned, and the protocol compels us. I'm aware that the treaty, Article 83, undertook, and my boss comes, so I'll summarize, undertook to harmonize, no Sayo coming, to harmonize domestic taxes, and the rationale is to ensure that we eliminate distortions and ensure free movement of goods, avoid harmful tax competition. At the same time, the Monetary Union Protocol also compels us to harmonize fiscal policies and also avoid harmful tax competition. I just want to say that I actually participate in ESC, and I've seen people that I have participated recently in the harmonization agenda, that is domestic tax harmonization. And where we are now, if I can say that, then I get out of this seat, is one, one, I know Mr. Kagwa is telling me, but I would not. One is that we, as a community, first of all, we started as 5 countries, 3, then 5, and now we have 2 more. But mainly, most of the agreements that we have signed, we are only 5 countries. That is Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and Tanzania. So we took to do this progressively, and we started with domestic taxes, specifically the excise duties, which I handle in the ministry, the value-added tax, and then the income taxes lastly. The rationale is because these are broad-based taxes, and they are quite easy to harmonize as opposed to, for instance, the customs duties. Of course, customs duties are already harmonized. So what we were at present is that we undertook to define what we should be doing. Harmonization does not necessarily mean equalization or approximation, but we are defining the framework in terms of definitions, rules, regulation, to mention but a few. And we have progress in the sense that we have, over the last, it should be actually more than 5 years, we have been meeting, thanks to ESC and Flavia being the champion. They helped us with a number of studies. These studies are very important in helping us to come up to a common ground. We have studied the European Union and all these other economic groupings. And through this, we've been able to see what is applicable to the East Africa. I'm able to let you know, just like Flavia echoed, that the last meeting, we were able to at least have broadband definitions, specifically in terms of the excise duties. We started with excises before VAT and income tax. And we were looking at some of the goods that we want to include in the list. For instance, we have taken on board goods like the traditional excises, that is beer, cigarettes, spirits, wines, water. We are studying telecommunication, and we've been working with quite a number of technocrats, recently IMF sponsoring some consultants, whereby we analyze our data, study it. We have not yet agreed on the common definitions or rates or charges, but we have defined what we are calling ranges. And this is happening even within EU. You realize that they do not have a single rate. For instance, for VAT, you find that they have a minimum within which to operate and a maximum. That's the kind of approach we're using, as opposed to just having one rate all through. Fortunately, most of our goods are similar, with Kenya having the highest, but for instance, what we tax, Rwanda taxes, Kenya taxes, Tanzania taxes, South Sudan. Congo is not yet on board. They are observers. They are only active in the military because that is very critical. So I just wanted to let you know that that's where we are. And in terms of legal instruments, we are thinking to utilize directives and having a common code of conduct whereby we define a framework within which to operate such that no country is doing things that will harm the competitiveness within the region. I could have talked about the EAC policy, but since my boss is here, is the one who negotiated it. I submit.
Thank you, Susan. You are allowed to keep your seat. I still have a seat for Moses Kagwa when he comes. You haven't finished your water, you can notice he has just served his water the other side. So stay comfortable and stay put, just in case. I don't want also to disorganize my seating arrangement. Mr. Leonard Wanyama online, can you take some 2-3 minutes? You might have noticed it is 1 o'clock. NTV should be broadcasting the news, just in case there is a tweet from the president. So NTV colleagues may have moved on to their other regular programming, but we appreciate the support they have given to us. I want to believe URA TV is still with us, and we also are on YouTube. So the people out there are still watching you. This is not a permission for you to do what you don't want them to know. Can somebody bring me Mr. Leonard Wanyama online so that he can make a submission? And when you come on, please, we expect you to show us your face. There are evaluation forms where you are seated. If there is none and you want to evaluate us, please ask for a form. It will come to you. Don't evaluate us on time because we already know what's happening there. And a few other. Mr. Leonard, you have the floor.
Thank you.
We can also see you. Thank you, Mr. Leonard Wanyama, Regional Coordinator, East African Tax and Governance Network, for your submission. I want to switch to Madam Maris Wanyera. There are issues of debt here. I don't want to say the name the President baptized you. Now that he has taken over that responsibility, you are relieved. I pray that you are relieved. He doesn't give it back to you. But what efforts are being put in place by the member states to really make sure we get to debt sustainability? That's really something we want you to speak to, given your experience at the ministry in these real practical issues of tax and debt. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Muhumuza, and good afternoon, all the members here and those online. Good afternoon. I'm Maris Wanyera. I'm in charge of debt and cash policy at the Ministry of Finance. But we do more than just debt. We also look at grant financing. We also mobilize grant financing to support our budget. And I'm also really glad that this time round we are not only discussing tax, we're also looking at the debt side. We have not separated the two, because as we all know that to finance the budget, we need to look at tax revenues, we look at debt financing, grants, and non-tax revenues. So they complement each other. But the most important thing is that we need to talk more and to support taxation, because at the end of the day, we should be able to pay our debt. Okay, so if we are not able to pay our debt, we'll find ourselves in a debt distress situation, and that will not be good for economic development. It will not be good in terms of supporting our growth agenda as a country. Now, I'm going to just quickly share what the member countries are doing, the EEC member countries are doing in order to address the whole issue about debt. But before that, I'll quickly share the key debt statistics. And the source is IMF DSA reports, so that I'm not misquoted. And this is not the most recent, because I know that when we prepare the budget for 2023-24, some of these numbers may have been revised, given that they are outer numbers. Now, we have the member states, Burundi, DRC, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. And in as far as our debt, our risk of debt distress stands, and I think Susan did explain that we are operating in a very challenging situation globally. The effect of COVID is still continuing, and then followed up by the Ukraine war, all that affected our ability to mobilize, to finance our budgets, and hence we had to look at the other source of financing the budget, and that is debt. But also, this, the Ukraine war and other effects of COVID contributed to a high inflation globally. So the respective governments or central banks had to raise their central bank rates in order to curb inflation. At the end of the day, the price of debt goes up. We are now seeing that the reference rate, for example, in the LIBOR market, or SOFR, that has been replaced by the SOFR, is now at around 5%. That's the reference. If you are to go to the market now to borrow, you start by that reference rate and then you add a margin. That is how commercial markets work. Now it is around 5%. And the Euribor, that used to be negative. It used to be below zero. It is now around 2 point something, coming to 3%. You start with that plus margin. So commercial market is very expensive at the moment. There are other opportunities. The concessional windows are still available, but for majority of the region, we have been accessing these commercial markets in order to finance our respective budgets. So in as far as Burundi is concerned, their level of debt distress, this is the ability to pay your financial obligations, and it also measures, when they say you are at a level at a high debt distress level, it means that you are not able to service your debt and you may call for restructuring of your debt. So Burundi is in that situation. As of August 2022, their debt was at high level of debt distress. DRC was moderate, Kenya high, Rwanda moderate, South Sudan high, Tanzania moderate, and also Uganda recently. And this is just after, at the beginning of the COVID and during the COVID period. Plus, these are the global matters that have affected us. Now, when we look at our debt to GDP, for the region, we were supposed to be maintaining our debt to GDP, present value of debt to GDP to below 50%. And we were supposed to have converged by 2022, but that has been extended to 2031. My colleagues from who have been in the EAC negotiations recently can confirm that. But it has been deferred to a later date. Now, how are we faring in as far as our debt levels are concerned? I'll start with home, Uganda. We are around 48%. The nominal debt to GDP is around 48%, and the PV of debt is 39.5. This is as at December 2022. For Tanzania, they are also moderate, and their PV of debt is, maybe I'll focus on PV because that's the EAC measure. So for Tanzania, PV of debt is around 33.5%. South Sudan, around 47%. They are tending towards the limit. Rwanda is already above at 52.7%. Kenya, 61.7%. DRC below at 20.7%. And Burundi is at 61.5%. So what measures are being put in place to address these debt issues? Across all the regional members, we are looking at giving priority to concession of financing. And later on, I will give some more details in as far as Uganda is concerned. But all the countries are looking at accessing concession of financing as a priority. If you look at Burundi, they are looking at how they can build capacity to determine the equilibrium of exchange rate. I think given the kind of debt that they have, they may be exposed on the forex side. They are also looking at ensuring coordination between fiscal and their monetary policy, which for Uganda we are doing very well. And then they are looking at developing a policy reform roadmap to guide the implementation of the exchange rate reforms in the medium term. And for DRC, they are taking advantage of the extended credit facility. Already, Uganda, we have a program with the IMF, and we are beneficiaries of this facility. They are looking at improving their debt management strategies. We do that. Uganda, we have been doing that for the last so many years, and we try to abide by what we set to do in the medium-term debt management strategy, and then we do a debt sustainability analysis annually. So DRC is looking at strengthening or improving that. And then, of course, when we talk about debt, some countries don't capture the state-owned enterprise debt. Debt that is acquired by enterprises. For example, in Uganda, we'd be talking about National Water, UETCL, and some of these enterprises. So I think DRC is looking at how can they fully cover or comprehensively report on their debt position, including those extra budgetary institutions, the state-owned enterprises. And then they're also looking at reporting on the public and publicly guaranteed debt. Now, maybe as we talk about these two areas, Uganda is already addressing the two. We are already under the contingent liability guidelines. We are capturing and reporting on state-owned enterprise debt. We are already reporting on an annual basis our debt position in the report that we call public debt grants contingent liabilities report. We do that annually. You can access it on our website. So DRC is trying to also do that. Now, this is also addressing the issue raised earlier that we need to be well coordinated when it comes to communicating debt, and we fare very well in as far as debt transparency is concerned. We publish statistical bulletins every quarter. There's a report that goes into the detail of understanding what we have borrowed for, to answer the questions that the minister raised. What are we borrowing for? How are we paying? And what interest are we paying? If you look at that report, you'll find the information there. The most recent one was published in March this year. Kenya, on the other side, is looking at increasing maturity of domestic debt. We are already doing 20-year. We introduced that recently, about 2 years ago, the 20-year bond. Our longest used to be 15, but now we issue up to 20 years. And Kenya has it, but I think they are looking at extending it beyond that. So that is one area they are considering. And then they have also looked at how they can have an appropriate mix of domestic and external financing. I think their debt is largely domestic. Unlike us, ours is largely external. And I'll quickly share that if I'll be permitted by the moderator. Then Kenya is also relying more on concessional financing, as I said earlier. And they have a debt ceiling. They are proposing a debt ceiling that will ensure that they don't commit beyond a certain level on an annual basis. We also have this in PV terms, and we also have this, I think this year, the coming year will be the second year for us to ensure that we live within our limits. And I think Honorable Minister earlier on said that we are now putting in place mechanisms to control our borrowing. Now, Rwanda is looking at also concessional, and then they are also looking at what we are doing here, enhancing domestic revenues. We have a strategy, and I think this is our third year also, second of implementing that strategy, and we need to support it by being compliant. Ugandans, we need to pay our taxes. I pay my taxes. I hope the rest of you do that. And then they are looking at converting their short-term external debt to long-term domestic debt in order to manage the refinancing risk. Now, Rwanda, Kenya, they are already in the bond market. We are not yet there, and I think we should not go there until when we are ready. Ready means that we have clear projects that have a high rate of return that will be the target, or the ones that will be benefiting from these bond markets. So we are not there. Rwanda is now looking at how do they reorganize themselves. South Sudan, on the other hand, is looking at how best they can discontinue depending on oil revenues or oil advances. I think they have been enjoying their oil revenues in advance. So they are looking at how do they do that. They are also looking at avoiding non-concessional borrowing, and then they are looking at implementing a prudent monetary and fiscal policy. This is very important because if you borrow, you may not only have challenges, if you are not aligned in as far as your monetary and fiscal policies are concerned. First of all, one problem could be inflationary. Fiscal policy can also be inflationary. And also your capacity to pay, because you may need you'll need Forex to service your debt, especially the Forex debt. So alignment is very important in as far as macroeconomic management is concerned. Then TZ is also looking at how to undertake the DSA exercise every year. For us, we do it every year. and I think we have been giving them technical support. And I want to thank our colleagues and my colleagues in the Ministry of Finance who have made it a routine now to ensure that we check our position in as far as the debt is concerned and we remain within the thresholds. Now, they are also prioritizing concessional financing, and then they are seeking financing from ECAs. This is where the external market is also going now. And then for Uganda, I've already told you some of the things that we are doing, but in addition to giving priority to concessional financing, we are looking at reducing domestic debt. You know, that's the major problem. If you look at our interest bill, about 70% is due to domestic interest costs. The 17 trillion that His Excellency was talking about is largely driven by domestic debt. So we have to check how best can we manage that source. It's easy to raise, but it's very costly. And of recent, it has become very costly. We've seen on average, we are paying about 16% on the long tenor on average. And we have put in place the DRMS, as I said, but beyond that, the concern about implementation of projects, delayed implementation of projects. We borrow for the right purpose, but we are slow in implementing our projects. So we have the public investment management system in place that is supposed to ensure that before we finance a project, we have it studied. We do the feasibility study, we have the readiness in place in terms of acquisition of right-of-way, and then we also have in place the right teams that are going to implement the projects. So it's a long process, but it is bearing fruits. We can see that it's bearing fruits. We've just started, but we are hoping that it's going to address the challenges that we face, including addressing the contract management issues. We also have the public investment financing strategy in place. This strategy has come up with a number of innovative financing. We don't want to continue relying on borrowing to finance government programs, especially the National Development Plan. We think that we can have a mixture of financing. We need to see how we can do the PPPs, crowd in the private sector to co-finance some of these government, to partner with government to finance the projects. We're looking at the climate windows, climate financing windows to finance green projects. We are also looking at possibility of crowd financing for social programs and projects. It worked so well during that time when we were experiencing the COVID, and we think it's another possibility. Looking at bonds, green bonds and the like, but a bond is a bond. It's just a change of color. So we are going to rush into that. It will have the same requirements. When we are ready, that's when we go there. But we are just studying it to understand how can we green our budgets, how can we make sure that our budgets are climate friendly. And of course, we are looking at managing the current debt. Can we look at hedging, for example? If we had hedged some time back before we had the effects of COVID and now Ukraine, I think would be benefiting a lot from this. Hedging is capping the interest. When it goes above, you gain, or when it goes below, you pay, but at least you negotiate and agree on how best you can manage it. It gives you predictability. You can tell what you're supposed to be paying over time, but it also has some benefits to it. So it's an area that we are looking at, and of course, refocusing the budget. Mr. Moderator, if you can allow, I just wanted to answer the question that the minister raised of what are we borrowing for? Now, just for the last 10 years, I can give you which sectors have been the major beneficiaries of our debt. That integrated, we have the budget support, and budget support increased because of COVID. If you look at when we started increasing the financing for budget support to 2019-2020. That's when it picked up. But the next sector is integrated transport infrastructure. It's the largest beneficiary of our debt financing. Then energy development. I'm talking in terms of programs. Energy development is the second. Now, these two sectors are supposed to be the drivers of growth in this economy. They're supposed to help increase our tax effort, because I know tax bases on economic growth. It also looks at trade in terms of volumes. It looks at trade. There's compliance. We have to pay our taxes as we benefit, and tax administration, among others. But these two sectors are supposed to be the drivers of economy. Integrated transport infrastructure, and then energy. We are doing a lot in that area. And the follow-up is the natural resource, climate change and environment. And here we are also trying to invest in areas that can boost production. Irrigation schemes, these small-scale solar-powered schemes, and other areas that really are targeting adaptation when it comes to climate change, and also increasing production across the different agricultural sector. And then we have agro-industrialization, and at the end is human capital development and sustainable urbanization. So, Mr. Moderator, you can see that our debt is really going in the right areas. The challenge has been, how do we ensure that we deliver in time? How do we deliver in time? And that called for the rolling out of the PIM process. Now, just to quickly give a breakdown of our debt composition, because that was another area that called for us to try to answer. First, I'll look at the liquidity ratio, because that gives you a breakdown of the cost. When it comes to interest payments, the interest bill is 6.11 trillion for this coming fiscal year, up from 5.9, the fiscal year ending a week away now. And the largest portion of this is domestic. It's 4.7 last year to 4.9 the coming fiscal year. These are in Uganda shillings, trillion. Then the small one, external debt, is small, just 1.1 for both this year and next year. So you can see the driver is domestic debt. Then when it comes to amortization, again, domestic debt takes 8 trillion for both years, more or less. The total bill for amortization is 10.9 next year and 10 this fiscal year that is soon ending. But the largest portion is the refinancing, the 8 trillion of domestic debt. Now that, if you add the two, you get the 17 trillion that His Excellency was talking about, 17 trillion on debt service. Then we have the debt service to revenues, and I think that's why we are here. How do we increase our revenues? This year, the debt service to revenue is 32.6. It will go down slightly next year to 29. But it's not good at all for us to talk about it. And this is the area that we need to discuss more. What terms do we borrow? At what times do we borrow? And what is again driving this is domestic interest costs. They take the largest share of this debt service. And just the composition quickly in terms of our share of undisbursed debt stock by creditor. Our largest creditor is IDA at 29%. Then we have ADB at 14%. Then the others are small, but we have IDB, IFAD, IMF. IMF comes after ADB. Then IDB, China as a bilateral partner, IFAD, and the others are small. Then when it comes to external debt stock by creditor, the largest are the multilaterals. Multilaterals are the ADB, IDB, IMF, They take 62% of the share. And then we have bilaterals coming at 26%. Bilaterals are the likes of China, Japan, India, the country, like government to government, are the ones we call bilaterals. And then private, these are now the commercial banks. They take about 10% of our debt. And external, when you look at the composition of external debt by currency, our composition is largely in dollars. The currency are in dollars. Then we have euros. Currency is 50%. We have euros at 29%. And then the others, we have the yen and other currencies that take the rest of the share. Our debt is largely concessional at 55%. Then we have near concessional at about 19%. And then commercial has been increasing from 19.1 to 19.5 by end of March 2023. Mr. Moderator, I will not break down the debt to GDP because the Honorable Minister did state that already. But concessional financing means that we are actually borrowing at a very low cost. Largely, we are looking at about 40 years tenor with 10 years grace for some of the bilaterals, and World Bank has now moved to that. Previously, they were at 6 and 38. And then we have no interest on World Bank funding. And previously, it was about 0.75, and it was a service charge. That is largely where we are borrowing from the ADB, World Bank, the like of Japan or JICA. They are giving us that kind of financing concessional, including the IDBs. So AIDA with the 40 and ADB means that our composition of debt is good, but we need to check the commercial financing that we have now started bringing on board, and I think I've shared with you how it is driving the interest cost. Thank you so much, and I will respond to questions if they come. Thank you.
If you have any questions for her, you bring them after 5 p.m. The complexity she's given to us, she needs to rest and relax. But that is the debt profile. And I think one key thing you want to mention on debt is you don't just wake up one morning and wish it away and it goes away. She has already indicated some of these are capped into 40 years. The refinancing is still going on with us, and we don't know when exactly we get it off. So the measures being presented, taken up today, their results may not be seen in the next few months. So the main thing is how do we scale down the debt? But also there is an issue of composition, the arrears. Where do we put arrears? Because it is easy to say no more borrowing, but if you do not delete the cause of the expenditure, then you only create new arrears. So those are conversations that I'm glad are coming through. Solomon, you have waited so long, and Solomon is the only one left here, and then I'll check with Director Kagwa if he has anything to add, and then I'm going to check with you. You'll sympathize with me so that we wind up in another 20 minutes, and I hope there is still lunch wherever it was prepared, either at your home, on the way to your home, or here. I'm not the one supposed to solve that problem. But bear with me, in another 20 minutes we should be able to end. It's an important conversation. How I wish we had begun at 8 a.m. and not at 11. But let's see from Solomon, what is it that you have to tell us? Why is it hard to get revenues from here? But also, as I always tell people, when your children steal food and eat it, they are your children. So if people are not paying taxes, I want to find out exactly what did they do with the money they didn't give me. Did I completely lose it, or my children stole the food and ate it? So it's within the family anyway. But yes, that's not for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm the tax manager at Grant Thornton, and at Grant Thornton we offer taxation advice across the East African region. So one of the things we're looking at is the moves towards harmonization and revenue mobilization across the region. And as you have rightly pointed out, there are some challenges in mobilizing revenue, and there are efforts across the region by the different countries in their budgets this year, the tax policies they have primarily this year to deal with that. One of them is dealing with the challenge of high net worth individuals, and across the region there is a clear move towards that. In Kenya, there is an increase in the capital gains tax rate from 5% to 15%. The capital gains in Uganda is at, usually it's said to be 30% because that's what the corporate tax rate is. In Uganda, the capital gains tax rate is the same as the normal tax rate. So it's at 30%. In Tanzania, the capital gains rate is being proposed this year to be, the current rate is 10%, but there is a proposal for there to be an alternative rate of 3%. So the capital gains ordinarily is on the gain made when you sell a capital asset from the cost at which you acquired it, the difference between the cost at which you acquired it and the price at which you're selling it. So Tanzania is proposing, instead of a 10% on the gain, they want a 3% on the price at which you're selling the asset if you do not have records to compute the capital gains properly. And having worked in Uganda, I've seen that is a challenge. So that's something that may need to be considered as well here, a kind of rate that can apply even when someone doesn't have the records to back that up. There was an attempt at that in the bill, in the income tax bill this year. There was a proposed 5% on the price, but it had all kinds of challenges. 5% capital gains tax on the price at which you're selling the asset. But it had challenges because it was expanding beyond the normal capital assets to almost every asset. Basically, if you sold even your household items, you might have to pay 5% gain tax on that, which may not have made sense. So as Susan mentioned earlier, we should note that the goal of harmonization is not equalization per se, it is the approach being the same. So there are signs that the approach is similar, and one of the things I noted that in Kenya, when the debates were taking place outside of Parliament, the public debates, many people kept making reference to Uganda for capital gains tax, saying that Uganda is at 30%. So Kenya moving from 5% to 15% is not that big a difference. Then even in the area of the digital economy, as we all know, many things are being digitalized. Books, I personally, I hardly ever read a physical book anymore. My entire library is largely electronic. And so there are challenges. If I'm not buying books from Aristoc, then the people in Aristoc are not going to have jobs, and they're not going to pay rent, and there are going to be all kinds of challenges. So the need to tax the digital economy is understood. And again, across the region, there are signs of a move towards that. In Kenya, there is a proposed 3% tax on the sale of crypto assets. It's actually on digital assets, but basically it's cryptocurrencies, what we know, the Bitcoin type. So they proposed 3% rate. In Uganda, there was a recent decision by the court that found crypto, the ban, not the ban, but BOU's aloof stance on cryptocurrencies to be legal. And so the exact status of cryptocurrencies in Uganda is still a bit uncertain. So taxing them may need some coherent approach first to be agreed upon. Then a move can be made. Kenya is also proposing a 15% withholding tax on those who develop digital content. So people who are uploading videos on YouTube, they actually make money from that. When people upload videos, they get some money from YouTube. They also become digital influencers. So they're proposing a 15% withholding tax on that. That's, again, a move towards taxing the digital economy. In Uganda, there was an attempt to introduce a digital service tax in the income tax bill. That was at 5%. It was rejected by Parliament, in my opinion, rightly so, because the 5% rate couldn't be clearly justified. In Tanzania, there is a digital service tax, but it is at 2%. And in Kenya, there's a digital service tax, but it's at 1.5%. So why Uganda would have 5% was really not clear. The Africa Tax Administrators Forum, ETAF, recommends between 0 and 3%. So the 5% seemed unusually high, and there was no clear explanation for why such a rate was being proposed. So it was rejected and can be rethought in the next year. So maybe just to clarify, a digital service tax would be a tax applicable on non-resident providers of electronic services like Google, Facebook, when they provide services. And that would be an income tax, because as of now, there's already a VAT, and it is being applied across the region. Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, all the East African countries generally are applying the VAT on the providers of electronic services. So when Facebook provides electronic services to you in Uganda, that is if you were to pay Facebook maybe for advertising, you are likely to be charged a VAT on that. And the same thing is happening across the region there. So again, there is some harmonization when it comes to the approach to the digital economy. We also see a bit of harmonization when it comes to the informal sector. Kenya is proposing a reform of the taxation of their informal sector. That is this year. They're increasing, or rather decreasing, the current. In Uganda, we have the presumptive tax. So our presumptive tax, it starts from 10 million shillings gross. If you are making 10 million shillings and above, then you are within you're captured by the presumptive tax, and the presumptive tax allows you to pay tax on your gross. So you would pay about 80,000 shillings for a whole year, between 10 million and 20 million as your gross turnover. That goes all the way up to 150 million. So above 150 million, you then fall into the normal bracket where you have to file a normal income tax return. And as the Assistant Commissioner Trade, Irene Mulik, actually guided that you can actually file your presumptive tax return using USSD technologies. I think she said *285#, and I actually attempted it when she mentioned it, and I saw the option of presumptive tax, meaning all I would have to do is *1285#, put my TIN, put my gross turnover estimated for the whole year, and then make the payment directly on the phone. You have filed your return and made your payment. It's a simplified regime. So in Kenya, that regime is applicable currently to people between 1 million Kenya shillings and 50 million Kenya shillings. So it is now being reformed such that it becomes applicable to people between 500,000 Kenya shillings and 15 million Kenya shillings. So and when you change from Kenya shillings to Uganda shillings, you see there is an element of, they are capturing more or less the same group of persons, the informal sector. So there is again an attempt to harmonize towards that, even with the taxation of the mobile money service, because one of the justifications for the taxation of mobile money, and it's subject to debate because I can have my own personal views about that. We all have different views about it, but one of the justifications, the official justifications, is it's an approach to taxing the informal sector, and that is it's a reasonable argument. So in Kenya as well, they are increasing the tax on mobile money. That is on the commission to 20%. So there is an approach again to taxing the informal sector. When it comes to the tax administration, there is again elements of harmonization. Unfortunately, one of them, the key ones, I think Uganda is lagging behind. That is in Kenya, in Tanzania, they have a tax ombudsman. In Uganda, there is no effort whatsoever to create one, despite the fact that the domestic revenue mobilization strategy calls for one. The Uganda Revenue Authority corporate plan provides for a tax ombudsman office being set up. But in Kenya, they have set up one administratively. It's been operational for about 2 years now. In Rwanda, they have, rather in Tanzania, they have one that is set up via the law. They have the Tax Administration Act, which is the equivalent of our Tax Procedures Code or Kenya's Tax Procedures Act. And in Tanzania, the office has been set up. It was first set up by law 2 years ago and now has actually officially been set up with regulations. So the tax ombudsman is an office where the taxpayer can go to for assistance when they have service challenges. So if you're interacting with the tax authority and you have a legal challenge, you're disputing the tax that is to be paid, you can go to the Tax Appeals Tribunal. It makes perfect sense. But if your issue is the quality of service, for example, a delay in a process, you can't actually go to the Tax Appeals Tribunal because the process has delayed. If you've applied for a TIN and they've not yet given you your TIN, it has delayed for 2 weeks, you can't go to the Tax Appeals Tribunal and complain. So where would you go to complain? Right now, you can only go to the tax authority. But the tax ombudsman is an alternative office where you can go to and lodge service-related complaints. And the tax ombudsman is a standard practice globally. Even the countries with the most sophisticated systems still find the need for a tax ombudsman. So it's necessary to create one in my opinion. So we are lagging behind somewhat there. But as you can see, there is still some form of harmonization taking place. Then also in the alternative dispute resolution, as an alternative mechanism to the formal disputes. It exists in Kenya, and if you look at in Uganda, the regulations were passed. It exists in Kenya, it exists in Tanzania as well. The regulations were passed in Uganda in April of this year, formalizing the alternative dispute resolution. And when you look at those regulations, it's very clear they benchmarked on Kenya. There is a lot of borrowing from there. And the idea is that rather than going through the formal process, the Tax Appeals Tribunal, where you have to pay 30%, then you can instead go back to the Revenue Authority and negotiate and sit at the round table and work out the issues. It's very helpful, I think, in an economy like this because people may not always have the formal records which you need to take to court. If you are a car hire service and you are taking your cars to a mechanic, for repair, the mechanic may not give you proper receipts which you can use to justify the costs that you have incurred. Now, if you go to court, they'll ask you for the receipts. You can't just say, I spent 20% of my income on these costs. But in alternative dispute resolution, you're speaking human to human. You can make a case and the other party can listen. So there is some level of harmonization there. And also we have progress when it comes to the automatic exchange of information. So automatic exchange of information is based on a global convention whereby the non-residents of different countries, the information relating to non-residents is collected in a general pool, and then the countries extract information relating to residents. So Uganda, for example, would submit information relating to the non-residents who have invested in Uganda. So if they have bank accounts, if they have accounts in unit trusts, in any different investment vehicles, the information is collected and submitted to a general pool. That is for the non-residents, people who are not resident in Uganda. Then Uganda goes to that general pool and extracts the information of the residents of Uganda. So it would be targeting residents of Uganda who have investments in other jurisdictions. And the same thing for all the other countries. So Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda have all made significant progress towards that. In Africa right now, I think it's Ghana, South Africa, Nigeria, Mauritius that have already implemented fully that automatic exchange. But Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda are fast catching up, and so they're going to make some progress. So yeah, I think when we take a look at the trends around, yes, there are challenges in mobilizing revenue, but as a region, as a whole, there is a harmonized approach, broadly speaking, towards collecting the revenue. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Solomon. I'm not sure who wants to say something or to ask. I see one here. Any other person? I see another one there. So those are two. And maybe it will be those two. After them, I'll ask Director Kagwa if you have anything to say, because I know you came to say something. And if you don't, I'll make you say something. You always have something to say, and it's always nice to hear it. And then I want to recognize Honorable Ngoya John Bosco, who is to represent the chairperson of the ESC, chairperson committee on ESC. And also I've received some submissions coming in from online. There is the Talibita Moses Patient Rights Campaign, who is asking whether there is provision of funding for registration, especially birth and death registration. These are very important things. They can save us looking for a census. I've not had some countries do census, but they tell us who how many people they have. So they follow the birth and death registration. Maybe this is something we need to adopt to avoid costly issues. Daniel Mwanje asked whether we have a budget allocation within the ESC that helps to prepare the capacity of women to be able to bid for projects that are within government. Is there capacity to support them coming in from cross-border trade and the issues of women? Where is the mobile microphone? Let's start with him. Please make sure you take a minute or two so that people don't get annoyed with you because you're standing between them and their lunch.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm Henry Bazira, and I work with the Water Governance Institute, member of the Tax Justice Alliance. I have the following questions. Uganda is said to be focusing on external borrowing, and we have seen it doing a lot of domestic borrowing. Is this external borrowing going to be focused on the domestic of neighboring countries? In other words, are we borrowing from the domestic of foreign countries? I hope you have understood that question. The other question I have is about URA deploying drones on the porous borders. I'm wondering, after the drone has seen the smuggler, how does the drone capture the smuggler? Or does he eventually disappear in the forest of business persons? My last question is actually a comment, is that URA has a habit of raiding and closing people's businesses as one of the measures of enforcing compliance. I am wondering whether URA recognizes that these people you are closing are actually your partners in business. When you close them and you are forcing them to pay, where do you expect them to get the money to pay when you have closed the business? Is that actually legal? So can we respect our clients and probably come to a round table and find a solution on how to resolve the tax? I liked what Dr. said, the moderator said, that these are your children, they have eaten your food. Just find out if, be happy because they have eaten the food. Maybe they fail to get some food to also give to you. So look at it in those contexts. I submit.
Thank you very much for keeping to the timeline. I hope that's a good standard for the people on the floor. I have the hand over there. And then we'll get back this side. Just make sure you stick to a minute or two so that we can have as many.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhumza. I am Derek Muluga, working with Youth for Tax Justice Network as a monitoring and evaluation officer. And at the same time, I work with Makerere University Business School, Department of Tax and Audit. For me, mine is not a question, but I will talk about the focus areas. I will talk about the focus areas. And that is enhancing revenue mobilization. Now, when it comes to this, it gets back to me, and I think there are certain things that we see that are in documents, they are in written format, and they are the same things that we want to apply, but then we forget the ground. So when I get to the business people, yes, it is true we are supposed to pay these taxes, but then when I look at the richest people around, I'm going to look at the harms, but harm is operating a full rental building, but this full rental building is a full factory if we are to make some accumulations there. So why don't we, I want to anticipate that all of us in here are part of the discussion, and we really foresee the discussion where it is going. I would want to come back here the next time when we are on the round table with these people that are running these buildings, the richest people. How about we convince them we bring them on a round table, we put them into manufacturing because they are running these rental houses or these rental buildings, but these are full factories. Because now if you tell me that Uganda's GDP is increasing, and the way I understand the definition of GDP, or whatever that is behind those three letters, and then I see that there has been high levels of inflation, I will tell you that the figures that we have for GDP, they are not for the right cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had one more hand here. Now these hands are multiplying, they are now 3. Let me start with the lady. Your name and submission quickly.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Mhumza. My name is Eliot Olizara, and thank you so much, panelists. Mine is not a question, but maybe to dialogue on the issues that have been raised. I like one of the panelists who said that harmonization is not equalization. And we had a conversation before when we knew that private sector has a meeting down, and then we also have a meeting here. And then my sister is saying in Paris City Yange. And I'm still asking myself, why do we have to be here talking about building resilience and talking about tax base for Uganda, where we have seen that we are spending a lot on surplus and on deficit, and then we are here, one is paying and is asking a receipt down, and we are also asking for a receipt up. Maybe that is something we may need to look at. But not going beyond my question, for me, I am still asking Uganda Revenue Authority that the citizens may be responsible and would love really to pay the taxes, but we still have a question coming from a background of civil society that our citizens are still asking a question of where is our money going, and maybe we need to strengthen our accountability and maybe reduce on corruption. My sister across the border was talking about different things. Actually, they were very critical, I must say. But again, I think for me, the important thing is information and how we have unpacked information for women to understand whether they should pay taxes or not, and which taxes should they pay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Question is, where is the money going? We began borrowing. We expected that money now to be giving us some mileage in terms of this. Doesn't seem to have done it. Part of it is the project implementation issues, but also are we selecting the right projects? There are many questions to ask before we just gather the money. Otherwise, we might end up in a rat hole. Your minute starts now, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mhumza. My name is Mwebia Fred Yugaman. I'm a content creator. I somehow am very disappointed when I see these discussions and they are all centered around taxation, but little time is given to the digital platforms and the digital economy. I know Siatina has always done a lot, but I have always posed a question. Ever since government banned Facebook in Uganda, how much money have we lost? No one at the Ministry of Finance is actually interested in answering that question. Number two, there is a lot of trade going on between Alibaba, eBay, Amazon, a lot of affiliate trading happening across the platforms, and platforms like Facebook. We have continued to use the political wing to think these things can be suffocated. And it's very disappointing. I can tell you, Doctor, we are so disappointed to the level that our MPs are only interested in discussing the taxes, of which even the first social media tax failed. That's a very huge debate that should come up. But our ministers and even the technocrats don't even care about these things. All I know is we lose almost $1 million every single day, ever since Facebook was blocked. There is no more data upcoming companies can use. Startups no longer have access to data because Facebook is blocked. They can't sell to e-commerce consumers. They can't sell to them. No one is bothered. Bank of Uganda is quiet. The Ministry of Finance is quiet. URA is too quiet. UCC is acting like they don't see what's going on. They are supposed to provide guidance. The EDORA says we are reviewing, we are reviewing, we are reviewing. It's been like 2 years now reviewing, and URA confirmed that they have now agreed with Facebook. It is still blocked. Why are we playing with the future of the youth and yet we still act like we care?
Well, that's the reality on the ground. We have not only, why did we block Facebook? Somebody may not be here to answer, but at least now the consequence of that decision, 2 years down the road, we need to review. Economics is about costs and benefits. I know there might have been a benefit for blocking Facebook, but the cost is now also emerging. So where are we so that we can review that decision? I hope this is a conversation we'll follow up with the people who are silent. You have spoken, we have heard. Thank you. You have the last on the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Kodu Yambwini Peter. I work, I'm the Executive Director of ARMAS Africa, where we promote and support the implementation of the ESC, Africa Agenda 2063 and Africa Continental Free Trade Area. My question goes to Marisa Irene. Apart from tax correction and to ensure tax works for people, to what extent do you involve stakeholders, for example, the Minister of Agriculture, to address the aflatoxin? Because when these things are not addressed, who loses? The URA and the citizens. How do you go far, apart from correction, to involve these stakeholders so that they can actually resolve those issues amicably? And then when you look at the cross-border, when you look at Rwanda across the border, and which contravene to the Article 5, 6, and 7 of the East African Treaty, so you as URA, what collaboration, what relationship do you have with other regional bodies, those that are correct taxes, to ensure that such a thing should not happen again? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. A number of issues coming out here on what support we are giving really to the private sector to move on. I remember in the 90s, instead of establishing an agricultural credit facility in Bank of Uganda, we established an agricultural policy secretariat. Maybe that's what we need more in the central bank than anything else, so that the central bank can help with the policies that will grow the private sector, generate the dollars, generate the space for taxes, because the central bank is a beneficiary of the export market. And like Maris has indicated, a number of countries are already getting stressed on reserves when the debt payment triggers. So these conversations should not just be looking at revenue, they should be looking at sustainability of the tax by coming up with the right policies and decisions on what should we be doing to generate the reserves and sell. When I hear the truck stuck at Elegu, that is foreign exchange. That is somebody's farm that is not able to succeed, both the producer and the trader. The same stories are on the Kenyan side. And for me, I'm raising these because these are our biggest trading partners: Kenya, South Sudan, and DRC. So if these are quality issues, what are we doing about them? Because these are the taxpayers. I want to get on that table where Director Kagwa is seated. And you can decide whether it is you or her, but me, I'm on your table. So the two of you, whatever you decided, please give them a microphone. They are going to reconcile these issues. One makes the policies, the other one implements them. And then in the evening, they reconcile. A microphone to that table, please. Is there any burning question that my panelists must respond to? Maris, I think you had something that was directed to you. Otherwise, I want to relieve my panelists to come back and sit after Maris has made her submission.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Muhumuza, for the very good moderating. And I'm going to assume that I understood what Henry had asked. Uganda is focusing on external borrowing. Is external borrowing going to be best on, is it borrowing in the neighboring countries? I think that's what you said. Maybe, can I
She can first
Yeah, let
give
me
an answer
I
of
may
what
be
she
answering
understood.
what you wanted. Understand. Can I respond?
Yeah, you go on and respond.
Okay, yeah. So what I want to say is we have two sources of financing. There's the domestic market and the external market. This is financing government, okay? Individuals may have more than that. But when it comes to financing government, you usually tap into domestic market or external market. Domestic market is where we issue securities, treasury bills and bonds. And we have banks that are playing, we call them primary dealers, who participate in this market. Now, this borrowing is not limited to only Ugandans who have savings with these banks. We also have offshore interested parties who can invest in our domestic market through their respective banks. So we may be having Kenyans who may be interested in investing or buying Uganda securities. Okay, so that will be a way of raising money from the neighbors. It's possible. You can have offshore players from TZ who are interested in investing in our market, depending on how the price is. If it is attractive, they invest. When they see the prices are going down, they remove their money and go to where they'll get a better return. And that is how money markets operate. You cannot lock out a neighbor. You bring a neighbor who can give you good financing. The other source is external. We have multilateral partners. Those ones are known, the World Bank, IMF, ADB, and the like. So we have allocations as a country, like any other country who are members of these bodies, and we can borrow from them. But when we go to the commercial market, we invite banks to participate. We invite interested financials, those who have shown interest, to participate. It can be from the neighboring countries, it can be from abroad, the banks, depending on where they are based. So they too can finance. So how we categorize external and domestic is the currency. If you're borrowing domestic, we are borrowing in shillings. If you're borrowing external, we are borrowing in foreign currency. That is what we call external borrowing. So what we have seen of recent is that domestic market is much more expensive, or borrowing in Uganda shillings in the Ugandan market is very expensive, and raising this money in forex from foreign banks or commercial banks is much cheaper if you borrow from using the foreign currency, euros or dollars and the like. But most specifically the euros. And as I said earlier, the pricing, the reference price will determine where we get the money from. External, we are now, for budget support, not the other general support we are getting from our partners, the multilaterals, from the commercial windows, we are seeing that the euro price is better, and we are borrowing more from them, and therefore we are bringing more of the euro-denominated financing or loans. So are we borrowing from, does it mean that you are going to be borrowing from neighbors? We go for the best cost, the least cost when it comes to money. You don't go for expensive money, you go for cheap money. If your neighbor has cheap money, why should you go for somebody very far and raise that money expensively? If your neighbor is credible, you know that he's regulated because we have these anti-money laundering requirements, and he can raise that money, you can borrow from them. So that is it. And now we are going into the AF, that Africa region, CFT, and the Honorable Minister said earlier that let's include Africans, and I liked his submission. If we have an African country that can finance what we now call south to south, if they have the capacity and they are cheaper, why go for expensive money? So we are looking out of the box, no longer focusing on expensive windows. If there are cheaper options, we'll definitely go for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really want to leave this panel, but somebody's itching. Can you take a minute?
Yeah, it's just an announcement that I wanted to echo to what the minister said. We'll be hosting East African Business Council, Uganda Investment Authority. We are hosting a very big forum here in Uganda from 31st August to 1st September at the Speak Munyonyo Resort. And some of these issues you've raised on tax harmonization, issues on investment, and issues of trade finance will be discussed. And we are partnering with the Afrexim Bank, and other development bank, and they will be able to showcase some of the financial instruments they have to support the growth of the private sector in the region. We also have another one in Nairobi on 10th to 12th, a high-level CO engagement forum, 10th to 12th July in Nairobi, and we'll be sharing that with everyone, and we encourage you to participate. It is high level because our heads of state from Africa will participate in that forum. So I wanted to share with you those upcoming events. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The young people of Facebook are tired of discussions. I'm hoping when you discuss on 31st and 1st, then on the 2nd you will announce the results of those discussions. So be watching and waiting. This is how we are going to close. The panelists are going to stand here for a photo. Irene will join them because you were a panelist but on the floor. So you'll join them, and after that you will come here to make a response when the rest go to sit. And then after you, your supervisor who makes the policies for you will come here and make what he has to say. Thereafter, Madam Jane Nalunga will come to invite somebody to give us the closing remark. So I don't want to come back here because of one or two things. So she will give us that. So let's stand here for a photo. The panelists with Irene Mulika joining them, and thereafter, as we've said, you'll come here to make a response. A round of applause for our panelists, please. And if there are any issues you want to follow up with them, we still have some time after the session. The moderator is exempted from the photo just in case there is a value-added tax on it. Some photos have a lot of value on them. The man who makes tax policies doesn't want to join the photo. I told you there might be a value-added tax at the end of the day. If that doesn't make it to the new vision headline, then it will be an old vision paper. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Thank you very much. Irene Mulika, you need to come here and wind up a few things that you have. You've taken a lot of notes, some questions for you. Let's use a few minutes, and then you will invite your boss on the policy side, and then we'll see what next.
Thank you, Dr. Muhumuza. Indeed, there are quite a number of questions. Let me respond to those that I can. And first of all, I wanted to also make mention, I hope he hasn't gone. Is Dr. Kaka here? Oh, he has gone. Okay. I just wanted to make mention that there were also some senior colleagues from URA, the Assistant Commissioner Enforcement, Dr. Kaka Geoffrey, and a senior official, Mr. Masco Elinathan, a trade expert. There was a question on URA deploying drones, and someone asked, how shall we then, after taking the pictures, how shall we use these pictures? Yes, when these pictures are taken, they will be centrally relayed to a command center that receives the pictures, and they will be broadcast to the enforcement staff in real time, and then action will be taken, appropriate action will be taken accordingly. So this is using technology to enhance the work that enforcement does. Then another question came in, why do we raid and close people's businesses? If we close them, where do we expect to get the money for taxes? I'll reiterate that URA's preferred methods of work is enhancing voluntary compliance. We start with enhancing voluntary compliance, and I shared in my presentation measures that we are taking to raise tax awareness, tax outreach through our Tujenge buses, tax education. If you go to our URA web portal, you will find that we are uploading more and more information. There's an A to Z guide, depending on what information you're looking for. And this is going to be even enhanced further. We have a URA touch point still through our web portal, which clients use to submit their requests and challenges to URA. And there is a team that makes sure that we respond in time. So we are engaging. We are using stakeholder engagements. We are engaging. Please come and we talk. Our Commissioner General has mentioned time and again the measures that are there: alternative dispute resolution, voluntary disclosure, where you know and you're sure that you evaded taxes, but you want to come clean. There is a process for voluntary disclosure. There's a form you fill in, a simple form, and then your matter is attended to. And when you voluntarily disclose, then you'll be exonerated from the penalties that would be. So we are doing our best to really enhance this engagement of taxpayers. Technology advancements are also to that effect. Why am I raising all this? Really, closure of business should only be a last resort. And it would be good to get details of that case-by-case basis in instances where it has happened. Of course, the law empowers us. There are other enforcement measures that are taken in cases of non-compliance. But we believe that Ugandans, once educated, once sensitized, and once you know your rights and obligations, even the services that are deserving of URA, which we are supposed to offer to you, then together we shall have more people voluntarily paying taxes, and so closure of businesses will really not be an option. About the digital economy, still a lot has been said and a lot is being done. URA is together working with other stakeholders like ATAF and OECD to make sure that we enhance our taxation of the digital economy. The challenge, I think, that was raised is not just the taxation, but the constraints that are there. Since Dr. Muhumuza acknowledged them, I believe that they will be addressed going forward. The closure of Facebook and its impact. We acknowledge it all, and we also we miss it in a way, but we need to know there will be more action taken, I think, going forward. Otherwise, in Uganda, there's been an increased use of e-commerce, both by consumers and businesses across the sectors of the economy, including basic trade in groceries, fresh produce, through digital platforms, various of them. We have examples like Chikubo Online, Hello Food, iTrade, and etc. And so over time, URA has really embraced digital transformation initiatives to harness the benefits of technology that would result in administrative efficiency and promote compliance. Some of these were shared even in the national budget speech, the tax measures that have been taken. The speed at which changes are caused by digitalization has broad implications for the Ugandan tax system and poses challenges for tax policy and administration. However, to counter this, URA is continuously enhancing the capacity of its staff through collaboration that I mentioned with regionally and globally with organizations like ATAF and OECD. And the taxes collected and used by government are for a public good and not just for those who make the payment. These are used to make roads. Someone said, I think it was Harriet, who said, where are our taxes going? Harriet, our taxes are being put to use Okay, sorry, the name. Our taxes are being put to use. We are not as we were a decade ago as Uganda. So it's a progressive improvement. We are seeing the roads, maybe especially largely if you move out of the Kampala area, you see the roads that are being made, the efforts that are there to refurbish and renovate hospitals and etc. And even this dialogue that we are having. So taxes are being put to use and there shall be continuous, the dams that are being built and etc. So we encourage that continue paying taxes. Our country cannot develop, our country cannot move forward without payment of taxes. We have that responsibility, and I am almost 100% sure that all the people in this room are really tax compliant. That is why you're so interested in this dialogue. To what extent are other government agencies engaged to address issues of aflatoxins? We do engage other government agencies. We cannot do without it. We do not work in isolation. We engage them in different forums. We have what we call the National Trade Facilitation Committee, where these different agencies are represented. And through that committee, all these challenges, aflatoxin standards issues are raised to make sure that solutions are obtained and that goods are able to be cleared very fast across the borders. So where we are having, yes, it's not without challenges here and there. We also, how our trucks had been stopped by South Sudan, but you also saw UNBS coming out strongly and saying that the maize was okay. So those challenges will be there, but nonetheless, URA is we really engage our other government agencies. We work closely together. And where there is room for improvement, we're embracing it. We'll get better and better. I know issues have been raised at times of our working hours, harmonization of our working hours, and that too is being addressed. Even at the one-stop border posts, URA is the lead agency, and we are mandated and do hold stakeholder engagements. We have joint border management committees, and all the OGAs, the other government agencies that we work with, are represented from security, standards bodies, ministries, and we do collaborate and solve issues. Unless I have left out something, those are the issues that I noted. And yes, Jane, the leader of the Women Association, she mentioned a bit of harassment and confusion, where you meet people whom you don't know who they are. Some are police, some say that they're from customs. But what I would say is that our value, one of our values, core values as URA, is to uphold our integrity. And we do not, our processes and procedures are clear, just like you mentioned. They are documented and they are communicated even right at the borders. So in such cases, I would encourage you to reach out to the leadership, the management team of those border stations where that incident or incidents are occurring. And also we have a whistleblowing window where you can call. There's a toll-free number that will take you directly to our compliance team. Let me get to it. I'd noted it down somewhere. When you call that number, your call will be received and you'll get help in dealing with that kind of incident. But as URA, we must identify ourselves at all times. I have my ID, much as I've not displayed it now, but a URA officer must have their identification, and you should be, that is the first step. They must have their ID, and you're entitled to know that this person is from URA. They are supposed to identify themselves when dealing with you. Our URA toll-free number for compliance issues is 032-344-3033. And we also have a toll-free number still which you can call when you need help, 0800-117-000. But the one I've given you for compliance is the best because we have a whole division that handles staff compliance issues. In the event that you are constrained or in the event that you're not getting the service that you deserve or you're finding such issues, we have a policy for zero tolerance of corruption. and together with all of you, we can achieve it. Thank you very much. And at this juncture, I'll take the honor and privilege to invite my boss, the Director of Economic Affairs, Mr. Moses Kagwa, Director Economic Affairs, Ministry of Planning, Finance, Planning and Development. You're most welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't want to stand between you and your lunch. We've been here, I think, for a very long time. Just to say that, one, I appreciate and I commend the work that is being done by our partners, Siatini, Tax Justice, Tax Alliance for Justice, Alliance for Tax Justice, URA, other partners, for a very wonderful work. We've been having a lot of dialogue now. We are demystified the budget and the tax issues. Now we are demystifying issues of debt, so it's a very good thing. We used to have times when the budget was a very closely guarded affair, and that you will get to know the budget when the minister is reading it. And a lot of things were with midnight tonight. So people would be there trying to listen to what was going to happen. But now things get known much earlier. And so I commend everybody who participated in making sure that we have a change in the way we are doing budgeting, the transparency that is there. And we have tried also through the integration process, customs union, common market, now pursuing the monetary union, to try and harmonize how we do business within East Africa. So a lot of good things, I think, have already been mentioned. We read the budget on the same day. We look at our fiscal policy and how divergent we are and how we are supposed to come towards that. Still have a lot of issues there. We have stays of application, which means that we say we are not going to move together as ESC. Those ones are continuing. And even when we had another band, the 35% common external tariff, we have still seen each country wanting to go its own way on the stays of application. So it's something that is still bothering us, and we should work on it. Then we still have some reluctance in harmonization of domestic taxes. This has been a talk since 2004. Up to today, we have not harmonized. We pick certain things, but in terms of harmonization, we thought we'd start with excisables and see how we could move, but we are not really there. We are still in the same way. We are saying we are integrating, but we are not really integrating. Another issue is belonging to different regional economic groupings, SADC and COMESA. So, and the rules are not the same. So these are things, though we are trying to work, as you see, when we are going to the African Continental Free Trade Area, as the ESC, try to resolve these issues, but they are still there. There are continued non-tariff barriers. We try to solve them, but they are still there. They come in, but we have had bilateral meetings to remove some of them, especially on milk, on maize, on sugar, but somehow they still bedevil us. So we need to close these things. Then we also need to work very fast on the monetary union, because if we had one currency within ESC, then trading would be much easier. But that's where we are. So just to end by saying, in our budget for this year, the fiscal strategy has been continuing effective implementation of our revenue mobilization effort, the repurposing the budget to achieve multiple effects of government interventions. There is mobilizing external concessional loans and utilizing non-concessional for projects with high economic and financial returns. We have had limiting the borrowing, domestic borrowing, to at least an average of 2.2% of GDP, then reducing budget deficit within the ESC agreed limit of 5%. We hope that this coming year will be at 3.5%. So this is where we are as part of the fiscal strategy to try and ensure that we get back on track to transform our economy. Thank you so much. I don't know who's going to invite Jane, but Jane, you're invited. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm just going to be brief because I'm standing between you and our, I don't know whether it's lunch or whatever. But I just wanted to say thank you before I invite the guest, the Honorable who is going to give the closing remarks and close this dialogue. I just wanted to thank all of you for being here, you know, for braving the hunger and the time, but it shows that we really value this debate around regional integration, issues around development, you know. So thank you so much. I would also like in a special way to thank the ministers who are here, the Minister of State for General Duties and the Minister of Finance, Honorable Henry Musasizi, and also the Minister of State for the ES Affairs, James Magode Ikuya. So we thank them so much. Also like to thank our commissioners and directors who have explained these issues very well, our panelists who were really very good, our moderator, as usual, Prof or Doctor have done a stellar job as always. So we thank you so much. We thank the people. There was a committee which organized this event from URA, from Ministry of Finance, from Ministry of ES Affairs. We thank them so much. The media, can see the media there for putting this event out there. For me, I really believe that this conversation will, and it must continue. We need to develop our countries, but we also need to ensure that the regional economic project, regional integration, either ESC, continental, really works for us, for the people. So it's my singular honor to invite Honorable Silas Angon to give us the closing remarks. Thank you so much, Honorable, and thanks all.
Thank you so much, Madam Jane, and all you, the participants. I do not want to leave this place when people have already left me. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. Much as I've been asked to close, I'll try to be as brief as possible. I know most people are already tired. We have had almost 6 hours of conversation. Too much talking, too much listening, and now boredom is jetting in. My name's Silas Augon. That name has disturbed so many people, not only in Parliament, because even the speakers have had a problem always. The Right Honorable Kadaga used to call me Honorable Augan. Here, somebody called me Ogon. In another space, another person called me Elgon. But my name is Augon. Let me recognize the colleagues, the members of Parliament who are here. I believe they are still here. Honorable colleague, please rise up for recognition. Let people see you. All the way from Karamoja sub-region, a region which is well blessed with minerals, but up to now the minerals are not yet out. Yes, that's my uncle. Members, I am the vice chairperson of Uganda Parliamentary Forum on ESC. We have a forum now in Parliament for ESC. And you can clap for Parliament of Uganda because we are the first. On the 30th, we shall be helping Kenya to launch theirs. So I'll be traveling to Nairobi. So Uganda is on the lead. We are doing so many things. If you can appreciate, you can still clap. We want to appreciate EABC. I saw the person who was in the panel lineup. Let's clap for them. They have worked with us all the journey. I remember when we had sports in Arusha as Parliament, you helped us and you hosted us there. Let us recognize Siatini. Siatini. If there is another partner that has managed to stay resilient despite several challenges, it is these people. When we are signing an MOU as Piaka in Kigali, Siatini was there. You've always stood with us. Well, thank you so much. So, Madam Jane, you have done a great job. We appreciate. We want to thank Tax Justice Alliance Uganda. They have always been there. And then Mr. Kagwa, for him he's a busy man, but he has always been, we have been meeting in many spaces. Very active. Of course, nobody wants to pay taxes, but we have to pay taxes. When you see him, you see a taxman, and you want to run away. That is it. There are critical issues that we have talked about today. I want to drag you back and your attention back to the theme. Building resilient economies, tax harmonization, and debt sustainability for a thriving East Africa. But my question is, when we talk about this particular theme, I want you to refer also to the themes that the various countries set during the time of their budgets. For instance, for us, Uganda, what a specific theme. I think it was talking about full monetization. But the question is there a proper linkage between the theme and the actual or approved budget? Those are the questions. So it becomes also critical for us to think about this today. Is there proper harmonization between actually the theme and what we are doing? That's very, very important. Number one, last year I want to believe we had another post-budget discussion, and we had resolutions. Where are they? Did anybody implement anything? For us accountants, there are many accountants here. Before you go for closing budget, you start with the opening balance. What did we open with? What did we agree last time? So that we first check, did we implement anything? The question is, anyway, who audits our actions? We are now in East Africa. Today we are sitting here. I'm happy there was a representation from Kenya. One person appeared on the panel via Zoom. Where is Burundi? Where is Kigali? Where is South Sudan? Where are the rest? Because I thought if we are talking now about an integrated East Africa, All our discussions should always be able to bring all the partner states together to talk about East Africa. That is the way to go. Even when we're analyzing these budgets, so that when we talk about the challenges, they should hear from us firsthand. I want to appreciate the team from Ministry of Finance. The lady who came before Mr. Kagwa came, I forget the name. She understood her subject very well. Much as she was rushing to leave the city. Yes. Most people, when you talk about harmonization, they think we should have equal rates, equal figures. For instance, when we say that in Uganda, VAT is at 18%, it should be 18% across the board. When we say corporation tax is 30%, everybody should be at 30%. Capital gains tax at Uganda is at 30%. Everybody should be at that. No. So today you have put it very clearly. It shouldn't be just about equalization. We need to talk about the rules to be applied. We need to benchmark. We need to study from other regional blocks, but also Europe. Find out how they did it. So I'm so happy that you did it very well. And in the second person, the lady who did the justice to debt, she was called who? That panelist. The women have done very well. She brought the details properly and helped us to understand what is happening with the debt in our countries, not only Uganda, but across the board. So for me, what strikes our mind most is the relationship between debt and taxes collected. If you don't collect enough taxes, it means you must borrow. That one you can't dodge. So our concern, somebody is raising an issue on Facebook. Where is the person? There was a fire equation. Yes, I saw the appetite in you. You have helped me to have what to ask tomorrow in Parliament. Actually, that is how we source. That's how we look for work. So when you raise a question like that one, we run for the answers. So tomorrow I'll be raising a question. Just observe the work of Parliament tomorrow. From 2 p.m. Yes, I'll be asking from the relevant minister or the Prime Minister, tell us about Facebook. What happened? What was the problem anyway with Facebook? And when are you opening up? It is our duty. Sometimes it's just lack of information. When you want to ask these questions, ask it to go to members of Parliament. Because that is our duty. We are paid to do it, to speak, because we play the representative role. So we shall be handling that. We shall summarize our actions. As a PIACA, for us, ours is about advocacy. You cannot talk about tax without talking about trade. You cannot talk about trade without talking about the climate, the environment, talking about security. That is the truth. So as a Parliament, as PIACA, as a forum, for us, we are going to concentrate in making sure that we push government to do the right thing. We want to start with that one. Facebook should be opened. Let us share the challenges. What is the issue? Because 2 years down the road, we are losing what? Revenue. Whatever challenge is there, let us always share. As Parliament, we are ready. So, in summary, as I go and sit, we all have a responsibility. Parliament has its part to play. The partners outside there, EABC, you have a role because you are the apex. Then the secretariat at EAC has a big role also to do. Some of those people were supposed to be here today. Civil society has a big role to play. And Madam Jane, I want to thank you because you have given us this platform. And for those who have the ability to pay for radio, for TV, those who have power, they are following us. But a majority in the villages don't know what we are talking about. So the question now goes back again. How do they catch up with what is happening in Kampala? Most of our discussions are for hotels. but the village person. Someone talked about the phones. How many can access so that we share information? URA. The issue of taxing companies which have just been registered. I got somebody bitterly complaining in my constituency. He registered a company, he failed to get business, and then from nowhere I saw a message coming to his phone. You now have a bill of 50 million to pay in a tax. How do you arrive at these figures? You scare the people who are supposed to pay tax before they even arrive. So maybe you need to reconsider the way we do things. But as Parliament, we remain representing the people, but want to stay thankful to all of you who have given your time from morning up to now. Today, we are paying tribute to the fallen Lady Justice Stella, I think Arach Amoko. I missed it to be there because I thought I should give time here, then I'll go and join them later. It shows you how much I treat matters of ESC. Our integration is our future, and that is the truth. DRC should be helped quickly, South Sudan should be helped quickly, and Somalia later should be supported to join so that we make it better. I'm looking at a future where we are not using the dollar between us as East Africans. At least let us have one single currency. Why should I change money between here and Nairobi using the dollar? You can imagine the loss. So ugly, very ugly. Appreciations to NTV, Smart TV, URA TV, all the media houses. You have stood with us. Please take the information. May God bless you. May people stop beating you when you are spreading the word of God. There are those who beat the journalists. They think that's gender-based violence on the side of media. It is wrong. Yes. Yes. So I thank all of you. As we close this meeting, so many things have been spoken. I cannot make a summary because they are in the thousands. You know it. Those who have been capturing the way forward, please do it. We shall find a better time to handle that. We share. Then we ask, how do we implement this? I cannot switch off before thanking the Honorable Kadaga. I remember when there was this issue of masonry, the border to South Sudan. For her, she made a strong letter, a petition, to make sure that the situation there improves very fast. We have to be thankful. The budget for EAC ministry seems to be coming down. That is a bad thing. We want to see those budgets go up if we want a proper East Africa to grow. Across the board, as we are talking about a standard of 25% of tax to GDP at EAC, most of the countries have I think not gone beyond 16%. Uganda is around, what is our figure? Below 16. Everybody is still down there. So we must struggle to make sure that things change. Of the 7, I think it is Rwanda, which is doing quite well. So the question is, what is it that they are doing better than us? Even if they are better by just 2%, it is better on their side. So can we learn something from them? Thank you so much. I don't want to be a bad person who speaks a lot until people leave you and then you remain alone. May God bless you. I know I'm not a pastor, not a bishop, but I can pray a blessing upon you for staying with us, for staying with East Africa. May God increasingly bless you. Those who have not gotten jobs, may you get jobs in East Africa. Those who didn't have contracts in Uganda, may you get contracts in East Africa. Hey, those who didn't travel, may you now start traveling beyond Ugandan borders. Even if it's just within East Africa, it's okay for the beginning. Hey, you'll go beyond. That is Uganda for you. God bless you. For God and my country. I therefore declare this meeting officially, before my colleague from the committee on the ESC is around. And I expected my chair to be here. He sent him, and he must be carrying a proper message. Please stay on. Even just a minute can do. These days we have food warmers. We shall get the food. It is warm. So don't hurry. Let me take this opportunity to invite you, my colleague, to come. You are the right person to close this meeting. Come and close this meeting officially. Yes. This is East Africa. That's how we do it. Yes. It's my uncle.
Thank you so much, Honorable Agon. Jen, colleagues that have stayed longer than we actually expected. I am a teacher by profession, and when you see people bring their tongues out, you actually know that there is a problem. But I just want to be able to make one statement on behalf of the chairperson of the Committee on East African Affairs that has moved a greater well to actually interact with many of the partners here. I am glad that Siatini was able to identify Jen and John Bosco. The conversations that we have at the higher level are meaningless if we don't have voices from the ground. We interacted with Jen together with John Bosco while the committee was actually moving through the borders. And part of what they say are actually pertinent issues. Sometimes we wish away. When they talk about the confusion with the many agencies that are dealing with the trade, it is real. And you know, listening to them makes us generate concerns and ways of solving the problems that are for our own local communities. Bosco has ably talked about the 3 C's. That is what we're actually grappling with: the conflict, COVID, climate change, the Ukrainian and the Russian war. I come from Karamoja, and sometimes when you talk about that region, you hear it from wrong parameters. Perhaps I'm sure some of you are looking at the radar in front. And it is not true. There are many business prospects that as a region we should actually be able to tap. We have a lot of gold, we have all these minerals. There are oil prospects at the Debeshan Mountain between Napak and Nakapriprit. And we're basically looking at some of those as potentials for us to be able to spur our economy forward. So these are the challenges that I wanted us to sort of go thinking about. I know for a fact that this is a post-budget reflection. We are only beginning implementing the budget of 2023-2024. And so the discussion should actually continue. Hugaman, actually, I am so happy that you are so passionate about things that are missing. And sometimes we take it for granted. You know, when we hear such voices, our conversations become real, because we actually talk about real things to be able to resolve this. We noted, of course, many things that you have actually stated here: the lack of harmonization of policies on taxes and other fees, the lack of harmonized policies on the quality of agricultural goods traded within the region and beyond, the increased illicit and illegal trade on the borders. The East African partner states continue to rank poorly as far as the case of doing business internationally. Yeah, you know, if we don't have those attraction points, if everybody, what you hear about Uganda for now is geared towards what happened in Kasese, you know, we actually lose the ability for us to be able to invest and actually make a benefit of our interaction at that level. So I'm again glad that we have actually had pointers in terms of what needs to be done. Mary's actually proposed a wealth of opportunities for us to be able to explore. You know, the aging of debts, the bond, tapping into the existing oil resources. Solomon also talked about the ombudsman and the need for us to be able to engage at that levels. Again, I'm so grateful that we have actually had this. I wish that it actually becomes longer, and I wish, just like my colleague Organ has actually indicated, we actually bring all the other state partners in, so that when this conversation is about Uganda, it is about actually the rest of the states that are part of the East African cooperation as well. So again, I want to say thank you as a listener, but also put our commitment as a committee to be able to move some of these discussions forward, both at Parliament, but also as we interact with the rest of the partner states. I say this for God and my country, and I wish you the best of the lunch that you have actually missed all these hours. Thank you so much.
I'm only coming here to switch off the microphone. So that's one thing I've done, and then to wait for marching orders from Siatin and the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you for participating in this dialogue. We have lunch served outside in the next room, so the lunch coupons are outside. I wish you the best lunch. Thank you.